Beavis and Butthead are not real. They are stupid cartoon people completely made up by this Texas guy who we hardly even know. Beavis and Butthead are dumb, crude, thoughtless, ugly, sexist, self-destructive fools. But for some reason, the little wiener heads make us laugh.
Welcome. Sorry, I'm just kind of setting up here. My bad. I think my, whatchamacallit, I think my, monitor is... Monitor? Sorry, I kind of got a new monitor. Kind of digging. But, yeah, I think my webcam is working. I'm just doing a bunch of stuff. I'm actually kind of having a good time. I'm actually kind of happy with it. Anyway. We'll see what's going on here. Anyway, we're going to be doing some Judgment. We're just going to be doing some side quests, apparently. So, yeah, I think we could just launch everything. So let's actually do this. Actually kind of dig that song that's playing. So off stream, I have been playing a little bit of Judgment just to kind of prepare for the finale, so to speak, and there's a bunch of stuff we could do, or maybe it's more of I want to do, but yeah, it's a thing. All right, so I kind of told myself, let's go to this particular location and kind of see what's going on here. I think we're supposed to talk to a hostess. And yeah. So we'll see what we have here. I'm just anticipating today is just going to be more just kind of what we have been putting up with. So I'm not anticipating a whole lot of robust content today. Sorry, I just needed to move my mic. Okay, so do we talk to you?
Excuse me.
Is Madoka-chan here? You came in at the wrong time. She's on break. Okay, well, we'll come back when she's in. So we might have to screw off and then check back, I guess? Wait, didn't we get that message last time? Sorry. Okay, so I wonder if we gotta go to maybe we should check back with our boy? See what's going on with him?
Really, guys?
No. He's got a very powerful Dale. I can't pull off that Dale. I wonder if we go back and just talk to you. Yes, what? Really? No way. I don't believe this. The Duke is for sure. What's this about Madoka-chan? Is this going somewhere? Yagami-san, guess what just happened?
Hey.
Tell me. She quit her job at the Hostess Club. Apparently she finally earned enough money. Awesome. Guess all that hard work paid off. Yeah, well, we couldn't have done it if it wasn't for all your help. Thanks, man. Yes. And we up to 45, so that means we have another quest line that we can do. No sweat. Does this mean you are finally gonna tell her you've been supporting her all along? No, it's better if I keep it a secret. I don't want her to feel disappointed in herself. Confidence. Confidence. She had low confidence, now she has max confidence. Sometimes it's for the best. Worst case scenario, she'll try and give me back the money she earned, and that would be a waste. Gotcha. Well, as long as you're okay with it. By the way, are you gonna keep doing this job now that you've reached your goal? You know, that's actually crossed my mind. Apparently, I'm getting pretty good at what I do. I'm developing a craft connecting with like-minded others. Now that you know all of this, could you maybe pay her a visit on your own and spend a lot of money on her?
Yeah.
Sure. I guess I should say hi before she quits apple pie. So she didn't quit her job? Mixed signals here. What the hell is this? Okay, she quit her job, but she didn't actually quit her job, but she quit. Where are we going with this? Okay, so she's still there at Apple Pie. Beautiful. Let's go activate that particular quest or another. Thank God, so many people on the streets. Who's got the gun? Some of these fuckers got a gun. I'm looking for a dude. There he is. Oh, crap. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, okay. Well, I just used up all my heat. Ow. Kick him while he's down. Oh, there's no heat move on the ground? Well, to be fair, I am used to... Or finish him off. There we go.
And stay down.
Did I need to go this way? Yes, very fun. I think I needed to go this way. Where am I going? Right, I think I need to go to my office. Where's my office? Wait, or is it Tender? Is it my office or is it Tender that has the gig? We get a job at a level 45. So yeah, I'm gonna go do that. Interesting. Okay, see what we have here. Okay, so we do have something here. We'll go ahead and activate that. But I think we also have something at Tender, do we not? Also, I think this is the story about the kid and the father. They have a rocky relationship. Okay, where the hell's Tender? I don't think I'm ever going to do that Mahjong quest line. Want to, but I think I gotta cheat in order to do it. So it's whatever. $45 or higher. 45 or higher. City reputation. 45. So we still need to progress the story? You're kidding. Okay, so it looks like we are going to be doing a little bit of main story. At some point, we still have other quests that we have to take care of first. I did not think we were going to be doing main story today. I thought this was going to be available. Because we're at the final chapter. I don't know what all main story is going to change. But it feels like we're at the end. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Also, this is just ice water. Okay, so... I thought we were going to be doing that. Whatever that quest line is. But apparently not. But I also do know we have plenty of other side quests to take care of, so we'll do those. Where are some of these locations? Okay, so there is a main story at a restaurant over here. I'm gonna see if I could avoid that. But it looks like there's a quest in here. So we'll do that. Game? There we go. I want to finish him off there, buddy. Okay, never mind. We need food. Actually, you know what? I want to get into a couple of fights. I just want to level up my heat because it's very low right now. I kind of panicked, hit some buttons, and now I'm regretting everything. Whole bunch of those things. There we go. Anyway.
It's the spot.
Food. Alright, so people to fight. Theater Square. There's always people traveling around Theater Square, so I just want to get into a fight or two and just kind of level up my heat gauge. Where? There. One dude.
You asked for it.
Why is it just one guy, dude?
What a
The hell?
waste.
Give me your group. And I think I have like a whole bunch of upgrades now to the point to where it's like, I'm pretty sure I'm actually even getting into a single fight with one guy. I think I am actually like greatly increasing my heat gauge like very quickly. Where the hell's... Okay, so the one time I'm wanting to fight people to level up my heat gauge, and all of a sudden, well, not level up, but increase the meter gauge on my heat. There's no one to fight. The one time I'm looking for a fight, nothing. I went through Theater Square. There's legit. There we go.
You don't give up, do you?
Thank you. Just like that, we leveled up. So heat gauge maximized. That's what I'm looking for. Now,
Really, guys?
we had some quests. This could trigger main story. Should we though? Maybe we shouldn't, just because it could potentially trigger main story, and I want to try and avoid that. Also, what are some of the messages that we got here? Be a bad time to call her. Gotta be at my office. Okay. You know what? Let's... My mind is like doing like 50 different things right now. I think we'll do this one because it's right here. Okay. So, is it you? You?
Excuse me.
Excuse me, are you Shizue? Kuyama-san?
Hi.
Yes, I am. And you are?
This is Yagami.
I'm Yagami from Yagami Detective Agency. I came to discuss your case. I have no clue what we're getting into. So I just kind of accepted a bunch of quests, and here we are. Oh, yes. Thank you for your time. I think this is the quest from, whatchamacallit, the, Genda's office. It actually feels like it's been forever, so my mind is kind of having to do its best to refresh my memory of, like, who's this, who's that. So, what can I do for you? Well, it's about my daughter-in-law. That is my son's wife. Her name is Kiriko? I'm gonna say Kiriko? And how should I put this? She scares the daylights out of me. She scares you. Why? Ever since their marriage, my son seems to have become rather unlucky. What do you mean? To give you a few examples, he was almost run over. He nearly died of carbon monoxide poisoning from a stove while he was asleep. That usually, if it's during your sleep, I could easily say that is the most fatal time. Because when you're awake, you could still get gassed, and, like, because carbon monoxide, it's it's odorless. You can't really see it, so it's a gas. And usually in that particular case, if it takes place during your sleep. I believe that is Han. Appreciate you stopping by, man. Just gonna be chipping away at these side quests. But apparently we came across an individual that has an unlucky son, and it's just kind of interesting that somehow this guy did not die from carbon monoxide. I thought I just read that, like it happened when he was asleep, and it's like, I'm pretty sure if you're awake, it could still be fatal, but I would think if you're awake, you could probably notice that you're probably, like, suffocating a little bit. I would think. And I'm pretty sure if you're awake, you can kind of catch it, but yeah, if you're in his sleep, that seems like a death sentence. Apparently this poor bastard is, like, just kind of unlucky as hell. While he was asleep, the apartment caught fire. And the carbon monoxide? The brakes on his car suddenly gave out. Now, that's only because he was driving a Toyota.
Huh?
He survived all of that? I'm thankful that he has, but as you can see, something's not right. Yeah, I'd say those are some unusual circumstances. And I can't help but think that his wife is behind all of it. Okay, if I hear anything about insurance, bro, I think we actually have a legit murder case on our hands. Okay, it's not murder, but it's definitely attempted murder. Because we have a motive. If that is the case, I need to point that out. I could be wrong, but just offhand, I'm sensing a murder case. You know what I mean? If I hear about insurance. So I feel like Yagami needs to bring it up. And I can't help but think that his wife is behind all of it. Do you have any reason to suspect her? Well, as I said, all of this started happening after they married. And he's also taken out a rather large life insurance policy. We have attempted murder here. This has the hallmarks of insurance fraud, attempted murder, which is easily the worst possible case because you're trying to kill someone to cash in on the insurance, and it's just so worse because usually whenever there's like a murder case, it's usually between an individual, you know, perpetrator and individual, and it's just like one and done, that's it. You know, unless there's other steps, serial killer, what have you. But, you know, if it's like just two people, bam, done. But it's a little bit different when there's money involved, and it's like that's the reason to kill this person. It's one thing to be a murderer, it's another thing to be murdering people and trying to cash in on the insurance policy. Oh, God. Who's the benefactor? Because if the name is... if the mom's name is the benefactor, then that could mean she's next on the hit list. Oh, this could be... My mind is going to multiple places, and right now, this is looking very, very sus. And he's also taken out a large life insurance policy on her suggestion. Oh, it was her idea. So she has to be the benefactor, right? Benefactor being the one that... Because usually in a life insurance policy, which, by the way, accidents happen. Sometimes there's people that they just... If they die, they want to make sure that their loved ones are taken care of for. So some people would take out a life insurance policy, and then if they die, you know, you're going to give it to your loved ones. A lot of people do it. Under normal circumstances, that is completely fine. It happens all the time. But when there's greed, obviously there's going to be like investigations, this and that, what have you. So but yeah, this is... So it sounds like it's the wife's suggestion. So chances are she's the benefactor. So she's going to be the one that's going to get all the money. Is basically what I'm saying. That's the benefactor of what I mean. These are certainly tall tale signs, but it doesn't sound like she has any concrete evidence. Good speculation, but that is true. We do need more evidence. On top of all of it, on top of it all, with me, I would, because of like the way I talk, for me, I would just say on top of all of it. But yeah, on top of it all, my son has become... I wouldn't say that's a problem per se, like a typo. It's just I would phrase that differently with my word of speech, but that's more of a me problem. But yeah, so I just kind of felt like I stumbled a little bit. On top of it all, my son has become ill lately. He's constantly complaining about stomach pains and nausea. He ain't being poisoned, is he? Because if he's... when it's poison, you're gonna have like stomach issues. So it could be like a half a dozen different things. Can't help but think that his wife may be mixing something into his food. I know I could be overthinking all of this, but once the thought entered my head, I couldn't escape it. At the very least, this does demand a mild investigation for sure. They are all valid concerns. I take it your son doesn't suspect his wife at all. Quite right. He's head over heels for her. That's the worst, because love could be so much of a pain in the ass sometimes. Because when you're blinded by love, you essentially just become a yes person, where it's like, you know, whatever they say, you're just yes. You know, life insurance policy, yes. You want to take this bottle of poison? How much? Do I need a refill? People can be like that sometimes. So yeah, if he's head over heels in love, oof. Then that means he's blinded. He ain't gonna see it, even if it's literally staring him in the face. You see, that's why I came to you to investigate her, Yaki-san. I'd like you to confirm if she's really capable of this, or if I'm imagining things. Interesting. I'm not sure how we'll be able to investigate, so I'm guessing we're probably just going to do like a sit down at a dinner, possibly have like a mild conversation, and we got to look for signs of things, I guess. That's quite enough, but out of curiosity, does your son know about his request? Actually, I did tell him. He objected, of course, and he eventually allowed it if this is what it would take for me to trust Kirioka-san. Great. Then it won't be a problem if I discuss things with him. Also, could I trouble you for a photo of your son and his wife? Or is this going to be a tailing job? Of course. Interesting. Okay. Kirioka-san works at the M-Sai Cafe in Kamurocho. I think that's right across the street, right? If we're not in it right now. I kind of get confused with some of the restaurants. M Cafe in Kamurocho. Oh wait, or is that the one over M-Sai Cafe? Or is that the one over by Theater Square? Now my mind is saying, I think that's Theater Square. You're bound to run into her there. My fee for this type of case is 80,000 yen. Is that acceptable, ma'am? Of course. I'll leave it to you. I'll leave you to it then. Alright, time to get started. I should find Kiriyoko Kuriyama at M-Sai Cafe. I am just the greatest with names. I never screwed up once, ever. Even though I could legitimately botch my own name if I was given the opportunity. One dude. Okay. Past couple of fights, it feels like there has been just like one guy attack, so. M-Sai. Where is M-Sai? I'm now starting to think it's Theater Square. It's the shop over at Theater Square. Right or wrong? Theater Square? I do see two cases here. Anything gonna automatically trigger? Oh! Wait, was she the one that's always been standing here this entire time? I thought she was a quest, but I didn't. I thought maybe she was like tied to like a whole nother restaurant. Now it makes sense. I'm pretty sure she has been standing here this entire time. So it is a tailing job. That's probably Kyoko Kuyama. Also, is that the mother right next to us? That looks like her so much. Sir, I noticed you staring. Another one of Kyoko's admirers.
Hmm?
She gets more popular every day. She's that popular, huh? Oh yes, she's a real enchantress. Talk to her once and you'll be head over heels. Well, she's got the looks, so I'll give her that. What a shame that she's married. Get too close and it will only end in pain. Or the other guy. This guy seems to know quite a bit of Ryoko. I should dig a little deeper. Maybe it would help to know about her previous relationships, maybe? Take a look. Take a look. So people really like Kyoko-san, huh? Oh, yeah. You should see how many customers hit on her. But if they knew her past... Why? What about it? Apparently, Kyoko-chan is already on her 4th husband. She's been divorced 3 times. Honestly, that's not good. That means we could potentially end up with a serial insurance fraud / murder.
Huh?
Now I'm curious. Divorced 3 times at her age. Her husband must know about it. But would he have told his mother? Apparently all 3 of them, previous husbands, ran away from her? Ran away or passed away. I really hope it is run away. No more main story, sad. Doing a shit ton of side quests. I want to do them. Main story is gonna happen. There is a chance I might end up doing it today because there was one particular quest that I was trying to unlock, but apparently we still need to get more main story done. I was trying to get a level 45 city reputation up, which we got, unless it needs to be 46 for whatever reason. And then, yeah, I really want to do that particular quest line. So, I guess I gotta progress the main story, I suppose. I digress. And what's that? Because they were almost murdered. In fact, her second husband actually died. You are sure of this is true? It's a little hard to believe. I'm sure. That's the story that put the cafe on the map. Apparently, there was poison found in his food. And she wasn't charged. As I recall, the incident happened at his workplace, so there wasn't enough proof to arrest her. But I assure you, it wasn't here at this cafe. Yeah, exactly. It wasn't at this cafe. It was the shittier one down the block. I see. Okay, so she's guilty as hell. And have you met her current husband? I've spoken with him. I believe his name is Kojiro? He's just your run-of-the-mill salary man. Because he's all about the salad. Really, but he's madly in love with Kiryoka-chan. He swings by after work every day, and she makes some coffee. He comes by the coffee... comes for coffee every day, so he'll show up today, too. I'm sure he will. I'm pretty sure that's the one that she's talking to? Side quests are boring. Not when it's in Yakuza. Sorry that you played other games that are shittier, but, I mean... I came across quest lines in Yakuza that completely trumped the main story of some of the installments of Yakuza. It's the way it is. I'm sure he will. Maybe the mother's suspicions weren't completely off the mark. Anyway, Kiryoka-chan is clearly the kind of woman who's out of reach for most men. Hate about Genshin Impact was side quests. That's Genshin Impact. That's a Genshin Impact problem, not a Yakuza problem. But that wouldn't stop me from trying. I think I could tame the devil in her. Oh god, he has a thing. I gather you got your own crush on her. What? No, she's married. I'm just saying. I think we have been a little... been having a good match. Better than that doll-ass husband she's got anyway. In other words, this guy is crushing on Kiryoka-chan's hard. He wasn't wrong when he called her an enchantress. Yes, maybe the story is nicer, but it's not voiced. It feels cheap. That's a Japanese thing. This is actually something that I kind of discovered. Well, it's kind of there. I've always heard that basically in Japan, a lot of people kind of travel a lot, so to just kind of pass the time in travel, they would kind of do visual novels and other video games. And I noticed with Yakuza, and I see it with Danganronpa, I see it with Persona. All games originated from Japan, and the way they do it is to kind of have cutscenes like this, to where it's to kind of have the player more engaged with what's going on. Because, and I had it myself, to where I'm watching a cutscene, my brain just kind of turns off, and unless something actually takes place, then I become engaged. But if it's just mediocre talk, I turn off my brain, and I kind of have no idea what's going on. But if you're actually trying to read what is going on, then you become more engaged. And it's a combination of for those that travel, but also it's for people like me that are just big dummies that pretty much you kind of need to read a little bit and It just, that's the reason why you would get a lot of like repetitive talk of like, well, why are they bringing up this situation? We heard about it like 3 times already. It's to further lead the player along to not only remind them of what's going on, but also to kind of hit it home. This is the situation that's happening. That comes up a lot in Danganronpa, so it's to further induce the situation, and also in the process, you do kind of have an understanding of where every character kind of sets up. So we get a bit of a vibe. So some people can see it as cheap, and I could see that, but for me, I've been playing these games long enough, and I came across some pretty interesting quest lines that are really good, and there wasn't a single cutscene that was voice acted. Do I dare go down this rabbit hole? There's a couple of quest lines. Actually, you know what? Yes, I'm going to do that one. So this is a great example. This was actually one of my favorite quest lines in 3. It's only because of how dumb it was. I'm probably not going to be able to go over it blow for blow, but basically there's like a kid. I'll try and be as quick as possible. But there was like this kid that was pacing back and forth in front of a McDonald's. And so the main character you're playing as is Kiryu. And so Kiryu just walks up and he sees this teenage kid, probably in high school, just pacing back and forth. Oh man, I never did this before. I don't know. Yeah, sushi shops are just kind of like more my thing, but these American burger joints, I think they call them, is kind of popping up all over the place. Man, this is my first time. Really, because they're actually seem to be quite popular. I actually heard about one of these. Why don't you should just probably just go in and just do your thing. No, that's not it. Then what is it then? There's a girl at the cashier that I really want to ask her out on a date. Okay? I know this might sound dumb, but why don't you go in there, talk to her, and see and just tell her. All right? I think I could do it. I think I could do it. Kid goes in, comes back out. All right? You get the number? You got the day? When is it? You got to tell me. I didn't ask her. Oh, okay. What happened? I bought food. Of course you did. Okay. Now, I think the problem is you didn't say it with your chest out. Now you got to go back in there, and you got to make sure you tell the girl that you're going out on a fucking date. Now fucking go. Kid goes in, comes back out. So, how'd it go? Tell me. When's the date? I didn't ask her. Oh. What happened? I bought food. Of course you did. Jesus Christ. Okay, you know what? Words is not your kind of type of thing. So, why don't you go ahead and get a piece of paper, all right? Okay, and write down your name, put down your phone number, and also on the side, I want you to put a bottle of scotch. Why? Because that is going to be my grocery list, and I'm going to be back in 5, and when I get back here, your ass better have a goddamn fucking phone number or some kind of type of shit. There better be a goddamn voicemail sitting for you at home. This is going to be a long fucking day. I'll be back in 5. Now get your ass in there and just put the paper on the desk, on the counter, slip it to her, walk away. You're done. Kid goes in, comes back out. Please tell me that you have this fucking date. I bought food. Sir, I don't know how many times I could keep doing this. I have a full stomach but an empty heart. I wanted to cry from laughter. And then there was like some feedback back and forth of like, man, you get all the chicks, man. And then at some point there was like a thing. There was some kind of type of confusion to where the guy thought that Kiryu was banging his daughter at some point. It was like, this is some kind of type of fucking creep. I don't want anything to do with. The confusion was through the fucking roof, and I thought it was the funniest fucking thing I've ever saw, and it was completely not voice acted. And I thought it was the funniest fucking thing I saw in my entire life. And we kept coming across this fucker, and at one point, it turns out he was trying to pay for it. Legitimately. A lady of the night. He was in the red light district. It was insane. We kept coming across this guy, and there was this constant confusion. Oh yeah, you're paying your daughter. I thought it was the funniest thing I've ever seen, and this is the reason why I keep playing Yakuza, because of bullshit like that. Oh my god. Oh god, dude, I just wanted to fucking cry from laughter. Oh my god. So because of that, yeah, I'm doing fucking side quests because the comedy could be through the roof, and even there's even times to where there could be like very heavy wholesome moments. There was the funny thing is, I think I did like a second playthrough of Yakuza 0, and there was like I'm not going to go into that one. I think I proved my point, but there was one story that involved a father and a son that I thought was so good. I thought it was well written, and it's a very wholesome moment, and it was I'm not going to tell the full story blow for blow, but I am going to tell the setup. Apparently it was a guy that had to change his identity to keep his family safe, so he had like plastic surgery, so he looks nothing like his old self, and he wants to hang out with his son, and there's a particular park that his son hangs out at. While I think it's like after school, he would go to this park, and he would wait for his mom to come to pick him up after work. And so he would basically go to the park, and he would just stare at his son the entire time. And that's actually how the story opens up. Is you think, oh man, this guy is like a fucking creep. Like why is he staring at this like kid who's just minding his own business? Like fuck off. But then eventually you hear about like he was in debt to the Yakuza, and he almost got his family killed, but he has the attachment, and he doesn't want to let go. And it tells a very beautiful story. It does not have anything to do, again, it's not voice acted, but dear God, the story was just insane. I absolutely loved it, and there was a very beautiful moment at the end. I thought it was awesome. I thought it was awesome. But yeah, Yakuza, at least in my opinion, they kind of have been knocking it out of the park with some of the side quests. And for some people, maybe they wouldn't care, but with me, I do notice as I get older, family is like very important. And so when I was seeing like a father and son moment, dude, I wanted to cry so fucking hard. I'm not gonna lie. Yes, that story would be great, but the thing that you get bored and don't really give a fuck about it, then you miss it. What? Are you talking about the scenes to where I just turned my brain off? That was like in general terms. I noticed it in so many other games. Yes, it does happen in Yakuza because they're trying to do more. They're trying to set up like a particular. They're just giving you more information to push the story along. Because like here in, for me, not for you, for me. Okay, never mind. But yeah, but anyway, but to be fair, there has been moments to where I too have like just kind of like felt like there's this certain video games and stuff to where there's like cutscenes and it's just like it can get boring at times. I have felt that though. Okay, anyway, where the fuck are we? Speak of the devil, that's her husband now. Wait, then who's the one, so I guess that was a random customer then. I better get back to work. Don't want my manager to see me slacking off. Maybe if I get closer, I'll be able to... Oh, are we gonna listen in on a conversation? Story here is we are potentially looking at insurance fraud. I'll be able to hear Kojiro, that's the husband, son's conversation. I swear to God, I'm pretty sure that's the fucking mother right fucking there.
Excuse me.
Oh, wait! No! This is another quest line! I didn't mean... I thought that was the mother from the quest that we're doing right now currently. Excuse me, I'm Yagami from Yagami Detective. Actually, I thought for sure it was the mother, and I thought, oh yeah, we could probably add to this quest line if we talk to her. So this is another quest that we have to do outright entirely. Do not know what's going to happen. So I guess we're doing this. A pleasure to meet you, Yagami-san. Apparently we're doing multiple jobs at once. I'm, Fumie? I'm going to say Fumie? To Taniyama, the one who requested you. Yeah, that's why I'm here. Mind if I sit? Sure. Go ahead. Go right ahead. So this job, I understand your nephew has gone missing. I'm afraid so. His name is... I'm just the greatest with names. Hideki? Deguchi. I just want to say Deguchi, so... Hideki Deguchi. It's probably more of D.A. Gucci, but Deguchi sounds so much funnier to me. 3 years ago, he left home in hopes of becoming the #1 host in Kamurocho. And I haven't heard from him since. He sure set the sights high, didn't he? A friend of mine took this recently. Guessing that's a photo of our boy. I get the impression he's okay, but I still can't seem to reach him. And his parents. I'm sorry to ask, but they are both gone. Yes, they were in a tragic accident. I guess we'll go ahead and do this quest after we complete the one that I was trying to do, apparently. They were in a tragic accident while DKK was in high school. I'm the only family he's got left. You must be worried sick then.
Hi.
I'm just probably just gonna say Deguchi from now on because that just sounds funny. To say the least, do you think you can find him, Yagami-san? I'll try. I'm usually pretty good at tracking people down. So that sounds like a tail job. This is the one thing I think you should know. It's embarrassing, but I lent Deguchi some money at one point. The tune of 500,000 yen. Okay, that's a lot of money. 500,000? That's not exactly pocket change. Yes! And we see our other quest right there. Yeah, we're doing spy jobs, apparently. He told me he'd need a nest egg to kick off living here in Tokyo, and that he'd pay it back in a year. But I couldn't bring myself to bug him about it, and now 3 years have flown by. Understandable. Money can't be a tough suspect between family. Right, so I stayed quiet, but now I'm in a situation where I could really use that money. It's highly unfortunate. Everything okay? Oh yes, but my daughter is getting married soon, and I'd like to be able to help her out. I see. Yes. I actually always planned that the 500,000 would go toward her. That's why I saved it. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're hoping I could find your nephew and get your money back in the process. Yes. It's a tough thing to ask, but I assure you it's not about the money. It's more important to me that he's safe. You will be discreet about the money issue, I hope. Of course. He's your family, so I'll make sure things stay comfortable. It pains me because we got like 12 million in the bank right now. We could easily pay her the money. Like, here's the money. I am gonna go see about the husband or nephew. I'm kind of like blending both cases. We're doing a thing with a husband and insurance fraud, and then we got this whole thing with a aunt and nephew. So, but I feel like we should just give her like half the mil and like, you know, pay us the. I'm guessing this whole case is going to cost her 80,000. We'll you know, we'll get paid the 80,000 when complete, and then we'll pay ourselves back if we do find the money, or at the very least just find where the nephew is. He's your family, so I'll make sure things stay workable. Not paying you back, there's clearly an issue. If he has it, I'll get it back somehow. Do you know the one stone joke? No. I believe you made an offer of... Oh god. I thought it was going to be 80. So we're getting 120,000 yen. Yes, I did some research and thought that would be an appropriate amount. Great, then it's settled. Ah, Well, that's not the first time I heard... Actually... Oh, God. Do I dare play this? Hold on. So, there was actually legit a stand-up performance. I didn't look that one up, but I heard the guy actually did do a prison love joke, apparently, but I actually watched a full stand-up special. The guy does like genuine music performances, or is it on my other PC, my gaming PC? Wait, hold on. Is it over here? It actually might be my gaming PC. I could have swore it was on my chat PC. But now that I think about it, I think I actually have it over here. Hold on. Pause. Yep, I think I have it over here, actually. I probably can't play it per se, so I gotta do some
Comedy Central
video trickery.
Direct from the Brushy Mountain Correctional.
But yeah, I was actually watching this stand-up, and I thought it was funny. Also, I don't know how loud that is. I'm just gonna, like, shrink the screen, I guess. Oh god, are you really gonna be like that? I just thought this was funny. So there's like two songs that he actually ends up playing. So this guy's name is Otis Lee Crenshaw. So this is just okay. So that's the punchline. I just thought this interaction was funny.
Packaging. Oh my God. Well, let me tell you a little bit something about packaging, fella. Because the greatest package of all is love, Mike. Package boy. No corrugated 3-color process printing type of package is ever going to keep you warm at night, fella. That's right. No styrofoam ever crawled into bed with you on them cold Manhattan nights and called out a name that a fella like you needs to hear so desperately. Huh? They haven't invented that kind of packaging yet. No, there's no such thing as a box that's going to snuggle up beside you, whisper in your ear so softly, calling, that's right, package boy. Because the greatest package of all is love. And if you don't have that big box called passion, you've just got a little blister, single color process called loneliness, fella. Stop me before I metaphor again, but if you don't pay more attention to her and a little less to your packaging, she's going to leave you for someone with a bigger package, basically, is what I'm saying. And when you're lying on the floor with nothing but a bottle of Jack Daniels in your packaging schematics, you're going to be lonely, and them big tears of saltiness are going to roll down your cheeks, package boy, and they're going to obliterate the writing on the packages. And then when someone goes to buy deodorant, it'll say, deduct. And then there'll be a huge fight within the corporation, and you'll end up fired, and then you'll be stuck on the streets, package boy, and then you'll turn to robbery and crime, and your sorry ass will end up in prison. I've seen it happen so many times to packaging executives, and when a 6'8" Mexican transvestite is breathing down your neck in that cold cell, the last thing you want to hear is a big man whispering in your ear in the dark while you're in nothing but your shorts, calling out, that's right, package boy. So take her home tonight and make sweet love. Huh? You know what I'm talking about. The whole package. Oh, boy.
Oh, fucking beautiful. Oh my god. I legit watched that the other day. I saw that whole stand up beginning to end. It's like 20 minutes long, but apparently he doesn't know the one on like a Prison Love apparently. There was a song that was just kind of at the end of the bit I don't know if I'm gonna play that one, but there was a back and forth that I thought was kind of funny that I remember, but I completely forgot about the package boy. But I saw that the other day, and I was just like, oh my god, this is freaking hilarious. Exactly. You got the small package of love. You know, in the world of professional wrestling, we just call that a fucking roll-up. Oh my god. But yeah, I just happened to watch that stand-up special, and I thought it was fucking hilarious. I completely forgot about that whole bit, package boy. And the funny thing about that is the idea of, I could try my best to explain it, but there ain't no fucking way I can do it. He just did this song about package boy and packaging and packaging accessories. There's just no way I could retell that joke, but it's so good. And the harmony too on the package boy. I love how the backup vocalists they just say package boy. And the guy just kind of sends it, oh, that's right, package boy. After years and years of torment, One Stone finally cracked and said, calls me One Stone again, I'll kill them. Word got around and called him that anyway. Really. Bluebird forgot and said, good morning, One Stone. He jumped up, grabbed her, and... okay. Interesting. And I'm guessing this is a joke. But anyway, I'm kind of familiar on this situation to some degree. Oh crap! I guess I was supposed to read that. Where's my game audio? Where is my game audio? Ah, there it is. Okay, now it should be good. Oh god, no, we don't want to skip. I guess the best place to start asking around would be Stardust. Hey, haven't been to Stardust in forever.
Hello?
Yellowbird wouldn't die. Figures. I got a request for you. Yagami-san, what's up? I'm looking for a guy. Goes by the name of Deguchi. Word on the street is he's a host. Heard of him? You know why? No, I'm just making words up as I go. I'm just gonna completely just Joe Biden this situation. Nod and say yes. That's not the kind of name of a host would use. You know what his stage name is? Not really, but I got a picture. I'll text it. Honestly, I did not hear a punchline throughout that entire thing. Just play along of Joe Biden, shake your head. Yep. I kind of skimmed through a lot of that, and I did not hear a punchline. So it sounds like it's one of those. Honestly, it's actually kind of. I mean, I could read through it word for word, I guess, but looking at it, it just kind of feels like. It kind of feels like what I just played with Package Boy. It's like I can't really explain it, but there's a joke in there. And I'm just going to go ahead and say it's the same vibe, but skimming through the joke that you just posted, I did not hear a punchline, so it didn't sound like a joke to me. That's the punchline? I want to say it's poor taste. I want to say it's poor taste. Maybe if I read for it word for word, but yeah, it comes off as like there's not really a punchline. So hey, if you find it funny, awesome, but when I skimmed through it, it didn't seem like there was a punchline. And if you're telling me the joke is 2 birds, 1 stone, The comedy today, it just feels like it's just so poorly done nowadays. Because like that would be like a good example, at least from what I saw offhand. It's just kind of it's the edgelord humor, but it's edgelord humor in poor taste. So, because there is edgelord humor that I watch that I generally find funny. And the best example I would give is like, and I can't even play it because I'm sure it's going to get copyrighted. But the best example I could give is probably, that would be like the Chappelle Show Season 1 episode. What was the sketch? What was the character's name in that sketch? Is it like Tyrone Bigsby or something like that? But the joke is, he's a black white supremacist. That's the joke. And it's funny because the guy's legit blind, and throughout his entire life he was told he was white, but he hates black people. But he is black. But because he's blind, a teacher didn't want to tell the other kids that, oh yeah, he's black, and get like a whole bunch of hate. So for his sake and everybody else, everyone just said, oh yeah, he's white like everyone else. So even though he's blind, he is being full-fledged, like full-blown racist, but the joke is, it's because he's black and he's a white supremacist. That's the joke. And that is funny as hell because there is a scene at a gas station. I'm not going to go blow for blow, but there's a scene at a gas station to where he's using a racial slur, and there's a whole bunch of like country redneck bumpkins around the guy, and they're trying to do like, oh man, we're gonna beat up this guy, you should probably leave. And because the guy is blind, he thinks that there's somebody else, and he's saying, yeah, beat him up, kill that, yeah. And then all the white guys around him are just kind of like scratching their head like, what the hell are we seeing? And then there's like a guy that's like trying to like make his life a little bit easier, so he's like kind of like an assistant to a degree, but he's like a neighbor. but he like helps him out. And he's like, "Oh man, we got to get him out of this situation." And then it's a case of like, "We got to get the hell out of here. We got to get the hell out of here." Gets into the car, and then, needless to say, the guy was like a member of the KKK. Again, just leaning into the joke, and then just just to see a black guy just talk about white supremacy as he drives off. It's one of the funniest jokes you would ever see, but you won't get it or understand it unless you're in a part of that edgelord humor. I find it freaking hilarious because it's the joke of being completely you're being outlandish, but also at the same time, if only in situations if you knew, you would know how ridiculous it is. But anyway, but I digress. But that would be like my example of like edgelord humor that I would watch. I can't, because of the internet, I can't do line for line, blow for blow, or even show a clip of it. Mostly because it kind of made Comedy Central a shit ton of money in the process. And possibly one of the reasons why a lot of people would probably say Dave Chappelle is like a funny comedian because of it. But it's weird, the idea, like over the years, he kind of becomes like more preachy, and he could probably tell a joke here and there, but you notice a lot of his comedy becomes more preachy than actual jokes. But if he actually does set his mind to it and tell a joke, he actually can be good. But in recent memory, he's just been kind of more preachy. And I kind of have to agree, like, Dave Chappelle, he was really good at one point, but I think it's just something in the water. Comedy has just kind of not been the same. And here's a guy who would tell the joke that I just said about a black white supremacist. It's funny as hell, but not a whole lot of people would get or understand that joke, especially today. But to me and everyone else, we look at that and we think it's funny as hell because it's just so outlandish. You're taking an over-the-top character and not really understanding why he's over the top. And plus, to be fair, there was actually kind of like a story to it. At some point, someone told him, like, "Oh, you're actually black." And he ended up denouncing everything, and he accepted that he was black. And there is like a little like jab at the end. There was like a wife of like 40 years that he dumped in a heartbeat, and again, more racial slurs and this and that, and it's like, me, I find it funny because it's just freaking hilarious. Because for me, it's funny because it's over the top, but some people ain't gonna see it that way. They're gonna see like the racial politics, and they're just gonna latch onto that and say, "Oh, it's not funny." I look at it and I'm like, bro, I'm over here like just crying from laughter because it's so hilarious. But that's just how I am. I digress. Before you do, is it just a normal photo or one of his headshots? Nope. Just a normal photo. I take it that won't work. Yeah, man, we get so done up on the job. You wouldn't even recognize us in the street clothes. That's a tough break. This is the only photo I've got I gotta go on. Maybe someone's seen him off shift. I'll ask around. Thanks. Let me know if you hear anything. Better not get my hopes up. But Seiya is still my best bet. Let's see if he can pull anything up first. Yeah, so we're kind of familiar with Stardust. So I guess we're going to be seeing what's going on there. Now, let's do the quest line that I originally planned on doing. Also, I'm sweating like crazy. Not going to do it now, but at some point, I'm going to probably air out my room and what have you. Anyway, you are looking pretty rough, man. You under the weather?
Ah.
Yeah, I guess, but maybe I'm just tired. It's just been a lot of stomach aches and nausea lately. Doesn't seem like coffee would be the best cure, then. You must really love your wife. So, story here is the guy on the right. We're seeing the back of his head. This guy is potentially having a string of bad luck and has an insurance policy. That was done by the guidance of his wife, and his wife has 3 previous husbands, and all of them ran away, but there may have been 1 death. And we might have a serial murder / insurance fraud on our hands here. If the guy is saying that joke and being mean or mean, not like someone just not talking stuff personally and just joking for the joke. You mean the white supremacist joke that I was talking about? I mean, it was like part of the TV show. And the funny thing is, when it came to that TV show, the Chappelle Show Season 1, Episode 1, it was actually kind of funny because that first episode, the pilot episode, they were trying to do like, the story goes is they were actually trying to do a live studio audience. And that first episode, they could not, for the life of them, get anybody to show up to the actual live studio audience. So they had to do like a lot of camera work and try and make the room look larger than what it is. But they only had a small group of people. That first episode was so good, it took off and it ended up becoming part of pop culture. Anybody from 2005 knows about the Chappelle Show. When I went to college, I think there was a professor that one day before class, he was like completely talking about like, dude, when that show happens, the first 2 seasons, that was the only thing everybody was ever talking about. And it was kind of bringing back old memories. It was like, fuck yeah, because there was nothing else like that on TV at the time. Or at least in mainstream pop culture at the time. I would say Upright Citizens Brigade had a damn good run, but yeah. But that was kind of the thing about, that was actually one of the things about Chappelle. Dave Chappelle is he basically has like a whole bunch of like Hispanic, white, and black friends, and because they kind of came from rough backgrounds, they have that, they kind of have by nature that edgelord humor that you see today, because that was their tough skin. If you could get over like all the small stuff, then you need something really big and over the top to like actually get under your skin. It's something that was around years ago in some other areas throughout. There, on an occasion, I do hear of like people like, "Oh man, you would have got beaten up in my school if you started acting like that." So, but newer generations, that idea of having tough, thick skin is just going to be lost, and that's where a lot of edgelord humor just kind of comes from. I say edgelord humor because that's the way it's described, and we didn't use that talk at the time. We just said jokes, but because of the internet and everything else, people don't understand it. So now, for train of reference and people that don't know, yeah, we had thick skin. So because of that, you know, saying like, oh, this guy ain't got no dick, or like this, you know, this guy's like a transvestite. That used to be like fighting words years ago, and like, you know, but even still, you're if you had really thick skin, it's like, dude, you gotta like double down or something, because like you need to hit big if that's all you got, you know. There was just some people that was like that too, where you just had an incredibly thick skin, so you had like this edgelord humor about you, and that's what Dave Chappelle had in a lot of his friends. They thought it was funny. So basically, and because he was a stand-up comedian, he had other stand-up comedians, and that was just kind of like the way they just kind of messed around. It's like, well, you know, this situation happened, that situation happened. Let's see. You kind of have like a think tank of like other stand-up comedians that come from different backgrounds, but they had that same level of like edgelord humor of like having thick skin. And so basically, because of that, you know, we just thought it was funny at the time. And that's just it. It starts and ends there. We just thought it was funny because we all had thick skin. And needless to say, yes, I kind of come from a background of individuals to where, like, I'm not gonna lie, yeah, the first group of friends I had would later actually legit start a street gang, to my understanding. I left town a long time ago, so at the time it was just kids being kids kind of type of stuff, like shooting paintballs at houses. It was a thing. I threw rocks at cars. And then I actually see like freaking like South Park and shit. I remember, I think it was the episode like what, Bebe Got's boobs or something. I actually thought it was a pretty shitty episode, but there was one joke to where it's like, hey, throw rocks at cars. When I saw that, I was like, dear God, they're showing me. That's what we did at the time. That was just our level of entertainment. And we didn't think much of it. We just did it. Yeah, and needless to say, there was one occasion to where I remember I kind of went low and it did hit like underneath the car, but everybody stopped and ran the fuck off when that car came to a full halt. And like, we were like, oh shit. We all ran and we just completely went to the back of like someone's house, and it's like we were all staying there. I heard word for word what the driver was talking about, and it was like, luckily the group of friends I had was Hispanic, and the family didn't speak a word of English. So, needless to say, I kind of was let go on that one. I forget how old I was. I was probably like 6 years old when that happened. But yeah, we were just like throwing rocks at cars. I just happened to hit low. When that car came to a stop, we all just panicked and we just all jet. I heard word for word, and the guy described me to a fucking T, and I'm like, I'm fucking screwed. I was shitting bricks at the time, but nothing came of it. It was a complete thing. The guy, he really couldn't do anything because like he was speaking to a group of people that they spoke Spanish. He was speaking English, and he was fucking pissed. Needless to say, if there's a guy in a small town, bumfuck nowhere, West Coast US, there's a good chance that, yeah, I'm probably the fucking kid. But yeah, that we were just kind of like pricks at the time, but it's just kind of what we were. And some people, they legit, there's going to be like a group of people to where you're not going to hear of like people that actually brought drugs to school. When I was in high school, there was, I don't know if I could call them friends, because we just had the same classes and we just kind of hung out from time to time. We didn't really hang out at all, but we would like talk to each other. Like, lining up for school or something, like if there was a line, like, I don't know, like, you know, you got like lunch break, you're standing in line to get lunch. You know, you might have like a back and forth. You know, if you're like in class and it's like, you know, you're sitting right next to them, you know, you'll probably have like a conversation from time to time. And it's like, I knew people that like legitimately brought weed to school. I never ratted them out because like, I kind of knew some people were just kind of like that. So I know it's weird to look at a guy who looks like this and say, I never smoked pot. That in of itself is a joke. You look at my eyes and it's like, dude, you got like stoner eyes, dude, because like you got like the Mr. Magoo, you got like the squinty eye look, and it's like, you know, if you say something shocking, it's like, you know, like, goddamn, it's like, you know, hey, Liv, someone's over there keying your car. I don't think that's my car. Nah, it's not my car. It says Motorhead rules. Well, you know, Motorhead's a big band. No one, no, you know, everyone knows Motorhead. You never know. And then what's this thing about something about Bandmade, a J-rock band? Okay, maybe I should call the police. For the record, I actually legit like kind of tell jokes like that in the mirror. It's because I know how I look. I'm fully aware. I got the look of a stoner. I got the long hair. I got the long beard. Recently, I went to the store and there was like a dude like freaking like, I don't even know what the fuck he was asking. I think he was trying to like ask for a cigarette or something, but there was something about like food stamps, and I'm like, bro, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm trying to mind my own business. So like, you know, I'm good, you know, nothing. So like, I know I got the look. I know I look like a stoner, but I'm telling you, I never did drugs. But I'm also the kind of type of guy that like, I don't denounce it. Like, some people are just going to be like that, to where you don't know what life they had. And some people, not all, but you know, some people take drugs for recreational purposes. Other people take drugs because IRL, there was someone I know, and apparently like their mom, actually I think there's two people I know IRL, to where their mom has like they had like a series of like hospital, they had a series of incidences that kind of put them in the hospital, and they would kind of like give them like morphine and stuff. Apparently, I think some of them became addicted to the morphine and they wanted that hit, but they couldn't. But they also have like a series of like constant pain because of the accidents. Like I think it was like a car accident or something like that. So like they have like constant like back pain and different stuff like that. And they kind of been addicted to some of the painkillers that they were prescribed. If they couldn't afford it, they got high. And it's like, with me, it's a case of, I never been in a car accident that bad. I never been into a car accident to where it required me to take some kind of type of medication because I have like constant pains, this and that. I have constant pains, but they're like normal like aches and pains of like just waking up in the morning. That's what I get, but I don't think I need morphine shots to like fucking wake up in the morning. You know what I mean? You know, I'm good. You know, it's gonna hurt like hell when I first wake up, but you know what? After a while, midday, everything's good. But yeah, so I'm fully aware. There has been some people that they just, yeah, they do drugs because for some people it's recreation, other people it's they're kind of going through some shit, whether it be physical stuff, like I say with car accidents. It seemed like there's like one or two people I've heard towards like that. They're just in constant pain, and they want to numb the pain, and if they can't afford the painkillers, they're gonna like do weed and stuff. So unfortunately, some people are just like that. Sleeping too many hours could get you really bad pain. I don't get enough sleep. I had coffee earlier. So, like, if I stay up 24 hours, the longest sleep I could get is 4. I've had it happen so many times. If I stay up for 24 hours, my first sleep, 4 hours. And then I'm up for like probably like 5, 8 hours. And then I get like a 3-hour sleep. And then it goes back to normal. And then on like a standard typical day, if everything works swimmingly, 6 hours is typically how much sleep I can get, is usually 6 hours. So, yeah, it happens. So, and then, so like when I start my day, yeah, I kind of need coffee, if not throughout the day or just at the start. Get the coffee, I'm good. So, yeah, my guess as to the pains I get, it's, I had this twice or 3 times. I think it's my right shoulder. Like, everything, like, feels, like, just sore, and if I move an inch, it's just shearing pain. It's like I pulled something, if you ever, like, had, like, a sprain, like a sprained ankle or something, it's like that, but, like, with my back. And I think it's been, like, my right shoulder, like, on the back, not so much in the front or the sides, maybe a little bit, but more so on the actual back, and it stretches all the way down to like my mid back. I had it happen like 2 or 3 times. Not recently, but I've had it happen 2 or 3 times, and I can't explain as to why that was the case. I actually don't know how long I slept because I didn't micro-analyze it that much. And plus, sometimes I don't always look at the clock when I go to sleep. If I feel tired, I go to sleep. So, yeah. And if I got stuff to do the next day, then, you know, I set an alarm, wake up when I have to, hit myself with a bunch of coffee, and start my day. So, yeah. In terms of, like, pains, and plus, this is something more of, this is just me day to day. I don't think a whole lot of people know what it feels like to have poor circulation in their legs, but at least with me, I do notice sitting and standing, and you would see me take breaks from time to time when I stream, because sitting here, I get a whole bunch of pain and discomfort in my legs just sitting here. Maybe if I had a more comfortable chair, maybe if I had better posture, I don't know, but sometimes, like, from my thigh all the way down to my feet, I would just have various aches and pains if I sit for a long period of time. The only way to cure it, in my experience, I gotta legit lay down. I could walk. I did have it happen to where if I sat down for a long period of time, walking did kind of help a little bit. But laying down is the best way. And unfortunately, tied with not having the best sleep in the world, there has been times to where I would get too comfortable and out like a light. Because reasons. So, had that happen to me multiple times. And yeah, it's poor circulation. That's going to be something that no one else, it could be genetics, but it's a medical thing, and I don't think there's any real, the thing about me, because like I also have allergies a lot, so I have air filters going on right now, so that way I'm not like constantly sneezing. Sometimes when I start my day, I like have like 3 or 4 real good sneezes, and then like the rest of the day I'm kind of good. And that's with my air filters. If I don't, I notice I'm sneezing constantly throughout the day. And I'm sure when the pandemic was happening, I'm sure a lot of people are saying, oh, you got COVID. No, I got allergies. I know my body. I know how it works. Allergies, I know that's been around since high school. So when I've been like kind of tracking it. But for all I know, I could have had it like even further back than that. So basically, if I take pills for every little thing, I'm sure I'm just gonna have like a mountain of pills. And I kind of know somebody IRL. One point in their life, they were kind of like just taking pills constantly for every little thing. And I think later in life, I was like, because I think like out of a joke and everything else, I'm just like, man, you had more, you had like more drugs in your bathroom than like some freaking drug kingpins. Like you had like a ton of like, and he was telling me like, some of those bottles were actually empty. So apparently he had like a bunch of like Tylenol bottles all empty. I don't know if he took all of them. Why he didn't toss them, I don't know. But yeah, as a joke, I was just like talking about like how many drugs he had, and turns out a lot of that was for acne actually. I think he was taking antibiotics for like acne. I had acne too, but I guess I didn't have it that bad or cared about it as much. It's adolescence, it's kind of happened. So for me, I just kind of just let it be. He took so many drugs and tried to like clear up his acne. I could have swore I heard he has like I don't even know, like liver problems or something, freaking yeah, whole bunch of stuff. But basically, and I thought I heard, I don't even know how the fuck this happened. I thought I heard he has like a permanent sunburn on his face or something like that. And it was like, I don't understand. Like, what do you mean you got a permanent sunburn? So apparently apparently he's now a vampire. So if he goes into light, he's just gonna catch fire. That's the thing. So, and basically from hearing all of his stories, I just kind of, because of him, I just kind of been like, dude, if you could live without, don't. You know, if you could live without, just keep at it. You don't need a mountain of drug. Obviously, there are going to be some people who are going to be, you don't know their condition. So there are going to be people that maybe need to take Adderall, like legitimate people. I do think there are going to be cases to where it's going to be like fraudulently, like you just need to take Adderall. I'm sure there's those cases, but there are going to be like some cases to where there are genuine people to where they actually do need Adderall, they do need Ritalin or whatever. So to outsiders, it might sound fraudulent to a degree, in the sense of like just got pharmacists that just they want to just put everybody on some form of medication so that way they could turn a profit. And it's one more reason why that you would see a lot of pharmacists and a lot of drug manufacturers, basically, how many cures can you think of? Because it's pretty limited. But if you look at the amount of treatments, why is that through the roof? And the answer is just kind of simple. Not everyone's going to go to the hospital every day. Not everyone's going to see a doctor every day for every little minor thing. Well, here's a thought. If someone had a cure, well then, boom, done. You know, you go to the doctor, you get your thing, done. But how are you going to make money? Well, if we do treatments, you might need a refill. If you do treatments, that might cover like 3 to 5, 10, 20 people. And then if they're like hyper excessive in that degree, because I thought I've heard stories of various people, not just in my own life, people I know IRL, but in general. Because I remember I was watching an episode of Scrubs. It's an old kind of like a sitcom without the laugh track show, and I remember there was an episode to where it's a comedy based around a hospital, and at the start of the episode there was a thing of like they're watching the news and it's like, oh, there's an outbreak, a flu epidemic is picking up, a lot of people are getting it. And because the people in the show, they're all like doctors and nurses and this and that, surgeons. So they immediately saw that and they're like, oh, no, Jesus Christ. And that was kind of the joke, is throughout the entire day is everyone saying, I got the flu. Dude, I got the flu. Because there's going to be people that's going to generally have the flu. You need to treat them. And then there's going to be people, I think I have it. I haven't sneezed. I haven't coughed. I feel completely fine. I have it. and it's like, you got to go down the checklist of like, you have this, you have that. Bro, you're completely fine, and now you're surrounded by potentially other people that probably have it. So once you leave here, you just gave yourself the fucking flu by coming in because you're around other people that probably have the goddamn flu. So you kind of just shot yourself in the foot. Which maybe actually was a general like sub point in the show, but that stuff, like, there are people that are just generally like that. So because of that, I own experiences, and in general, I just kind of hear stories of people that just, if you take a bunch of drugs, it does more bad than good. But then again, there are going to be people that have heart conditions. Those are mandatory. Like, if your heart stops, you're dead. So yeah, if you have like a heart condition and you need pills to whatever, if you're, feels like there's a, is it a heart pacer I'm thinking of? Like you even have like people that like, even like they have like machines and stuff like hooked up to their heart, and like everything's being tracked and monitored and all that stuff. You don't know what other people are going through. So because of that, outright saying like, don't take any medication. If you're good, you're good, you know. But if you have people that legitimately do have certain elements, then you kind of need to do what you got to do. So yeah, I'm kind of in that boat. So I have like normal aches and pains every day, but I'm not going to be taking any kind of type of medication on every little thing because I just don't think it's necessary. And I'm sorry for the ranting. Doesn't seem like coffee would be the best cure. That you must really love your wife. I beg to differ. Hiroshima coffee made with love is the best medicine I could ask for. I'm sure it's good, but my God, dude, you are going through some shit. Stomach pains and nausea line up with the Shizue-san told me. That's the mother. Here you go. One hot cup of coffee. Black, like you like it. Thanks, Kyoko-chan. I see you have a guest. Nice to meet you. I'm Hirawata. Hirawata. This guy's incredible. Furiyoko. He's from our ad agency, and he's done all kinds of commercials, you know. Incredible. It sounds like you really know your stuff. It is kind of funny. We just kind of had like our own like little stuff about like medication, and now we're just kind of have like our own stuff here with medication, what have you. They insert the illness inside your body. That's actually a lot of flu shots. Because that was... I really don't want to talk about like the COVID shot because it's so polarizing. Once upon a time, you could legitimately say my body, my choice, and everyone's just like, you know what? You're awesome, man. You know, if that's what you think, pro-choice. Awesome. But apparently pro-choice also means freedom, and freedom means wrong these days for some people. So, I'm kind of in that boat of like, hey, if you think a flu shot's right for you, if you think COVID shot's right for you, do you. But I'm not going to tell you not to get it. You shouldn't be telling me if I should get it, not get it, etc. We should just have like a mutual understanding. You know, and plus, it also doesn't help that you have like a laundry list. Every drug these days, you hear about the laundry list of side effects. It doesn't matter how safe it is. I've never heard a drug made in the modern day to where it did not have a laundry list of side effects. Anyway, I digress. But with flu shots, to my understanding, is they actually try to... So what they're trying to do is they actually do inject you with the flu. And basically they want you... Because your body, your immune system is going to be in high alert. So basically it's going to tell your body to be in high alert and be in defense mode. And basically it's to... Because some people would even say like, oh man, when I got my flu shot... And by the way, I'm talking about genuine flu shots, not talking about COVID shots, all that stuff. COVID shots is whatever. But when it comes to genuine flu shots, this is what happens. So, because I even remember hearing a radio show to where, there was like a radio show host to where he kind of gave like a lot of advice, even though the radio show itself was supposed to be about like aliens and Bigfoot and all this. But on an occasion, he would talk about like medication, different stuff, and essentially different stuff to like improve your life. Omega-3 fatty acids. Eat fish. Eat tons of fish. Omega-3 fatty acids helps your brain. It's a thing. I have heard of it. Some people say it. Some people swear up and down it's the greatest thing in the world. Other people might have other ideas. Moving on. Anyway, when it comes to genuine flu shots, so some people would say, man, after I got that flu shot, I felt like shit. The reason for it is because they're trying to have your immune system go through all the emotions of being sick, but speed up the process. So you're kind of hit with you're injected with the actual flu to trigger that immune system, but you're also hit with an additive that would try and diminish it as well, if that makes sense. So your body is kind of doing like double the work at the same time. It's fighting off the flu, and it's also trying to go through all the emotions of getting rid of the flu. So if you feel like crap afterwards or this and that, that's the reason why. And only because some people would probably bring it up and other people would say it's complete bullshit, that's the reason why some people had suspicions about the COVID vaccine, is they weren't sure if this is like its own shot or if it's being injected with the virus and you're using your actual immune system to fight the virus. And the reason why any new strain of disease, illness, and what have you, there are going to be times to where you don't know if your body could actually because one of the most stupidest things, I think it was in the UK at one point, I think it was England that actually was legit going around saying, oh yeah, get sick. And they're saying this with a brand new virus that's breaking out. And even everybody in the medical profession was all like, that's the dumbest thing you could do. And it is, because you're going in with the intent of like, oh, you can get immune. Not every virus and every illness on the planet is recoverable in the immune. You're not always going to get immune to it. It depends on how your body reacts to it. And there are some things to where your immune system can only do so much. Luckily, with the common cold, flu, and what have you, those ones we have seen time and time again, your body could get over it in the right conditions. But even for some people, it's an absolute death sentence. And some people have even, because of their genetics and everything else, and you would even hear people say that to where, like, dude, I would get hospitalized because of their genetics and their immune system. There are going to be people to where their immune system is completely non-existent, and just getting a regular cold, they're going to be hospitalized because they're having to get a whole bunch of injections to essentially fight the flu that they're going through, their cold or what have you. So saying there's like a one size fits all for everybody is complete BS. But anyway, it will copy if the DNA of that illness, so the virus is in your body again, your body can just create an immune cells. It's basically what I was going over. It would kill the type of virus much faster. That's essentially it. That's pretty much essentially it. Yeah. So it's weird that to people that don't know, that's going to be like weird to them, because it does feel like there are a few cases to where you would hear of the term fight fire with fire, and in summary, that is exactly how flu shots are kind of mostly done. It really is a case of fight fire with fire. So yeah, I could go on about it, but yeah, all I'm just gonna say is when it comes to most cases, it's just, I would say if you think something's right for you, go for it. But by the end of the day, I kind of feel like parents would probably know what's best for their children, hopefully. And hopefully everyone has like an understanding of like where your health should not be a political statement. That's just kind of my take on it. If you're for getting a lot of flu shots, because once upon a time that was like one of the biggest things to kind of talk about, hey, the flu season's around. And you would even hear about that to where it's like, oh man, it's flu season. Should I get the shot? It used to be like a routine thing for some people. Sadly for COVID, it was only because everyone is just so polarizing with COVID. It's gotten to a point to where I don't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. It's just, even what I said earlier about that black white supremacist joke that I mentioned, it's like, I don't want to talk about it, but because I think it's funny. But because of reasons, I'm internet and people's opinions, it's like, I don't want to have an argument about it. I'm just going to say it's funny, and I'm just going to move on. And that's just kind of, I have like a similar stance with COVID. I would love to sit here and talk about it. Absolutely love to sit here and talk about it. But because there's just going to be some people's opinions that's just going to be, hey, that's wrong, you're thinking wrong, all this other stuff. It's just like, we should be coming together and like respecting other people's opinions, backgrounds. You talk about inclusive, you're talking about, being more inclusive. Well, unfortunately, if you bring in inclusive people, guess what? You're going to have combating results. You're going to have people that are probably from a Jewish background. So maybe they have, a Jewish religious background. But you could also have people that are from Christian. That's probably going to butt heads. And it's like, you could respect people's religions, you could respect people's backgrounds, but at some point it just feels like some people, they don't understand that sometimes happens in life. And I'm the kind of type of person where it's like, we are actually different, but we could respect one another. So let's talk about the stuff that we could. It's one of the reasons why it's like, can we just stick to video games? That's just basically like my take. Like, can we just stick to video games? Because at least then it's like, if you hate something, it's subjective. Apparently you can't have a subjective opinion about politics. It's one of the reasons why I just hate talking about politics. It also doesn't help that I have like a bunch of people IRL that it's like, that's all they talk about. That's all they want to talk about. And it's like, I just want to talk about this crazy ass sub story I came across in Yakuza. If people did not have politics up the ass, I would legit love to have like an open conversation about, because that's another thing, being all inclusive. We probably come from different ways of life, backgrounds. Kind of like what I was saying earlier, there are some people that probably don't know anybody that ever owned a gun in their life. There's going to be some people that, at least with me, I've heard that there was some friends I had growing up are now part of a street gang. Some people are going to know people who actually served a prison sentence for murder. Other people are just going to be like, you hear somebody jaywalking and it's like, that's appalling. That's what poor people do. And it's just like, if we just find common ground, all of this would be nothing. Again, go back to video games. So if in a perfect world, if everyone is like, you could put down your swords and swords and shields, we could have an open conversation about polarizing ideas, but we could also kind of respect those ideas to some way, shape, or form. And it's like, some people don't get that. It's like, you said the wrong thing, now I hate you. And it's like, not how it's supposed to be. Even something that small of like, how do you phrase your God? And it's like, some people, they're just not gonna understand it. So, when it I think with you, I think you're actually the second person that I know that was that told me that they were Muslim. And it's like, IRL, I don't know anybody that's Muslim, but I'm not gonna condemn anything. I look at it as it's part of a person. It is what it is. So just respect it and just kind of move on. And that's just kind of like how I am. I don't hate Muslims. I don't have anything against it. It's just I don't know anybody, and by the end of the day, just kind of respect it until that person does something stupid. Then you have like an open argument. That's just kind of like where I kind of like have like a take on like a lot of things. I know people IRL that are gay, that are homosexual, but I don't condemn them until they do something egregious, and then it's like, then I hate that person. And then on that topic, it is kind of interesting to see people IRL that are same-sex marriage, that are actually doing like good in life and probably actually follow Christianity to some degree, but they're in a same-sex relationship. And then come to find out, when you look at Twitter, that cesspit, I am seeing things to where it's like, that is not what's going on. So, yeah, I may have just opened up that can of worms, but yeah. So, needless to say, yeah, I actually do know people IRL that are same-sex couples, but they do not act or seem like anybody that you would see on Twitter. So, and that's just kind of like my rule of thumb. Until the person does something wrong, then I hate that person. I'm not going to hate the person that is tied to something, and that something I now hate it because they're associated. But, because like, this is actually one of the dumbest quotes I think I've ever heard in my entire life. Oh, if women leadership was a thing, like if women ruled the world, everything will be more peaceful. And my first thought when I hear that is like, isn't human beings in general flawed? So because of that, it's flawed to begin with. It ain't gonna work because we're all different. We all come from our different backgrounds. It ain't gonna be any better. It's just you now have a female leadership than a male leadership. Because I remember being a kid and like hear that constantly of, oh, if women were leadership, were in more leadership roles, it would be a better place. And it's like, no, it's not, because human beings are flawed. We all have our problems and issues. It's just gonna happen. It doesn't make a difference with whoever the hell you are. If you want to call yourself, you know what? I'm gonna change my gender. I'm now a battlecopter from now on. You now address me as battlecopter. My pronouns is I will kill you. And it's like, you know what? Even battlecopters are flawed. That's the way it is. You could, in a perfect world, you probably want to see like this. You probably want to see the world be in a better place, but it's just not going to happen. It's just the way it is. Everybody is flawed. It's just how flawed is it to where it becomes a problem and it needs to be addressed. That's where the differences would probably lie. But by the end of the day, I just look at it as human beings are flawed. So unless you're saying you're not human, then you're saying you're, I guess, an idiot or something. I don't know. Or you got to check your, or if you're like Joe Biden, you got to check your programming. See if it's on par today. It's just easy to say that about Joe. He's a walking, talking robot. Nothing we could do. Can't drive a car, not talking about controlling the world. Actually, once I was banned from a Discord, LGBT, yeah. I said I want to be addressed as a dragon. There you go. I want to breathe fire, my guys. Can I breathe fire? I am flawed. Just gonna, and I got wings. They don't work, but I got wings. I breathe fire and I got wings. You're flawed, dude. You can't fly. Oh my god, I could joke around about that all the time, but real talk, that is just kind of how I am. Is like, we're all flawed, so to say we're not is just dumb. It doesn't matter who you are. It's just how more egregiously flawed you are. It's, yeah. So that's just kind of how I am. It's how it works, at least in my brain. And more people need to respect it. That's all I know. Just because you probably, another good example, LGBTQ plus, it can be polarizing. You can still find somebody that is, or you would think is a part of it. You could still respect the person, but you just see what a lot of people do, and it gets kind of lumped in together. And from the outside looking in, if you're not a part of it, some people are going to see some activity that looks egregious and outrageously flawed. And some people just don't respect that idea. And like I say, the way I work is I don't judge a person by their background. I judge the person on their actions. Not necessarily always what they say, because I screw up all the time. I already said, like, you know, Dave Chappelle racial jokes. I know I'm gonna, like, flip and say some racial slurs. It's happened before. I've even just called friends straight up just racial slurs all the time. But if it's shocking to you that I do that, I'm sorry. That's how I'm flawed. So, because I have thick skin, and yes, I am a transvestite. As you could clearly see, that is the wrong, there we go. I am a transvestite. Confirmed. Because I just don't fucking care, dude. Anyway, I could go on like this. Whenever there's a topic to where it's like, just give me something I can roll with it. Along the way, I could just be some kind of type of asshole. I just know that much. Incredible! I know I am an asshole. It sounds like you really know your stuff. Does the game know, or does the game know? And fucking incredible. You have to be some clever to work on ads like these. This was an ad the entire time? What ad were we doing? Is this for Pfizer? Are we running Bud Light ads? Apparently so. I had no clue. I had zero clue. This was a Bud Light ad the entire time. I am a transvestite. Oh my god. I could see it in your eyes! You think? Oh my... Dude, there's like not much going on, but holy shit. They are quite clever and very lovely. Hey man, welcome. Appreciate you stopping by. I'm just fucking around right now. Forget you existed. We've been running Bud Light ads, and I am partially brain dead right now. So, we all have our own issues. I am sorry that mine is actually coming up on stream, and I regret everything. I did not have sex with that at work. Oh my god. Who is that? New viewer, I'm just gonna assume. Or returning viewer. Hey Rowan, appreciate you, man. Lovely you say. You think so? Coach chat. why don't we invite... Basically, we were just kind of just like fucking around for like off and on for like I don't even know how many freaking hours. So, yeah. Sometimes there's this something that just pops up in chat, and it's like, you know what? I'm gonna talk about this. So, we just kind of been doing that, and I do apologize. It just kind of walked in at like either the best or the worst possible time, depending on how you look at it. But we got to make sure to do an IQ test. What do you think about battlecopters? Wait, do you identify as a dragon? We were just fucking around, so I don't know. I just said something about transvestites, and I'm a battlecopter. Someone else in chat said that they were a dragon, and I believed them. You are flawed because you don't have wings. So, I mean, this is how stupid we could get. But, you know, if your IQ is, you know, above room temperature, we need to get it lower, because that's the only way you're gonna get through the door. We are seriously just f***ing around right now. And apparently we have a game running in the background. I digress. Can we just do a full system reset? Hey guys, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a very good time. Yeah, so we're just gonna be doing some Yakuza, and we got some bullshit going on. Awesome. Anyway, yes, exactly. Full life reset, 100%. You're drunk, right? I am highly educated. It's hard to say with a straight face. I know exactly everything that's going on. Oh my god. Honestly, it could just be sleep deprived. You know, I could actually be sleep deprived as well. Technically, we weren't... Legit, we actually kind of were talking about that. Legit, we actually were just kind of talking about that. We were talking... Like, I was talking about, like, how, like... I could kind of, like mess up my shoulder, like, if I wake up in the morning and stuff. Like, play it back. I was talking about it. I'm not making it up. Also, by the way, just in case for those that don't know, I'm on both Twitch and YouTube right now, but so, like, all of us are only able to see, Twitch chat right now, but anyway, if you're over on YouTube, we're also vibing. And also, you could, escape ads in the process. I'm not gonna get paid for shit, because, I never got paid for shit to begin with, but, you know, we could still be out here vibing. Also, dig the music. You know, when you talk about battlecopters, this is the first song that comes to mind. It's a banger hit. Yes, this is your brain when it's on acid. I'm sorry, I'm the visual reference. I just keep going. Anyway. So I think what's going on right now in the game, again, full system reset, full life reset. Basically what's going on is we have, insurance fraud potentially going on top of potential murder, I believe. Weren't we on this quest line for like 2 hours? I'm the worst. Why don't we invite Sawada-san over to our house for dinner? That's a great idea. Ryoko is a lovely cook. I am just the best with names. I am calling the cops right now. Quick, everybody, give them the number. It's at the tip of my tongue. I know this. 9. I think there's a 2. What's that one that has wings? I know this. I know this. I know this. 9. 64. Call that number. I'll be looking forward to seeing it. I'm just waiting for the FBI to walk right through my door right now because this is perfect. Of course, I would be happy to come. An enchantress indeed. She was flirting with that guy with her husband sitting right there. Oh my god. Honestly, it's real talk, it's because like I am so antisocial. I should normally be like embarrassed right now, and I probably am to some degree, but also at the same time, I know this is how my brain works if I wasn't streaming. Why are you yapping about nothing? Because we were vibing. And then, well, we made a bunch of bad decisions along the way, and we need to understand that there are failures in life, and that God will condemn them. I am the first to go. I'm very sorry you had to see that. Again, I'm trying my best. You are 100% drunk. I know I look high, but I am telling you right now. I know how I look. Don't judge. There is like one guy on YouTube that completely understands the full context of what's going on, and this is just like next level. Wait until he is. I did Irish this up. I did Irish this up. Is he that confident, or is he just dense? Apparently, this game fucking knows. He doesn't seem the slightest bit concerned. I know, man. I actually kind of legit feel like we need to pull up the last hour or so of the stream just for full context, because I have just been jumping back and forth between like playing the game and just vibing with chat and just being completely stupid. And it's like, it's hard to kind of like do some batshit crazy, hey, check out the tiger, man, it's doing the thing. And then all of a sudden it's like, you know, I can't explain the tiger anymore because I'm over on YouTube as well. Legit, I'm over on YouTube, and I got one viewer over there. I'm a small channel, so I'm just kind of just doing whatever the fuck. Legit, hey, check out the tiger, man. That actually kind of comes from a stand-up comedian. He actually passed away, I forget how many years ago. What the hell is his name? I'm gonna draw a blank on him, but yeah, he's a funny stand-up comedian. So I'm only here. I'm the only one here. On Twitch, yes, you are the only one there, and then on YouTube, I got someone else, and there's a rule on Twitch that you could only have Twitch chat running at the same time. Maybe I'm supposed to not have dual chat. Maybe that's a bad thing, I guess. But yeah, I'm looking at my chat on YouTube as well, so it's confusing, I know, but I'm a small channel. This is how I always did it. Well, this is the stream right here, so yeah, anything that you're saying right now, all of this is viewable, because you just got to look at the actual stream. The actual chat itself is completely different, so yeah. I thought I heard, perhaps this is actually the reason why Twitch made the rule of, whatchamacallit, prioritize Twitch chat over everything else and just kind of have no nonsense on everything else, so yeah. If you don't tell your friend about Liv... Okay. Where are you going with this? I mean, I mean, we kind of were having a edgelord humor jokes, but we also, we were also kind of talking about edgelord humor with bad taste. And I think I see it right now in chat, so I'm going to let that slide, but, yeah. I'm just letting you know. Because we actually legit was, like, talking about it. Yeah, I'm looking at chat, and it's like, I get the joke, but there's no punchline. And we legit, like, was talking about edgelord humor with, like, there's no punchline. What was the bullshit? It was like a sexual harassment joke. Or something about grape, maybe? But I'm looking at it, and the punchline was 2 birds, 1 stone. And that was, like, I'm waiting for the punchline. So, like, we kind of had that. And I'm, like, looking at, like, what you're saying, and it's like, I'm going to let this slide, but we kind of had a conversation about, like, edgelord humor jokes and, like, whatever. So, I don't know what you're talking about saying with this, this thing. So yeah, I'm just giving you the heads up. I'm gonna let it slide, but I'm just letting you know. I did just have a conversation about edgelord humor jokes, and it's like, where's the punchline? And I gave an example of an edgelord humor joke to where the joke was a black white supremacist. It was a TV show from years ago, and it's actually called The Chappelle Show. And it was like episode 1, season 1. And it's like, that was a punchline because that was edgelord humor to where it's just so absurd, it's ridiculous. And that in of itself is the punchline. But to like straight up, like just be edgelord for edgelord reasons is just kind of like, what the hell? So, yeah. Some people are like that. Some people are like that. Okay, what are you talking about? Well, I don't know where the fuck you were going with, tell your friend about Liv You're Gay. I don't know where the fuck you were going with that, so it was like, I'm guessing you're trying to do like edgelord humor jokes. I'm gonna let that slide. And yeah, if you're gonna do edgelord humor jokes, make sure there's a punchline, because otherwise it just comes off as bad taste. So yeah, and I'm giving you an example of like an edgelord humor joke to where it's like that's kind of the punchline. There's a difference, is what I'm saying. Anyway. Yes. So, just make sure if you're going to do edgelord humor jokes, just make sure you have a punchline, dude. I don't need to explain this. And if you don't know what a punchline is, for the love of God, then you don't know comedy. Do I seriously need to break down freaking comedy in scientific terms? Jokes have a setup and punchline. That's comedy. So yeah, so I don't know what you're talking about with like tell your friend, yada yada yada, whatever. Anyway, again, full system reset. We're just starting the stream. We just got a whole bunch of fucking bullshit. I don't know. Anyway, we moving on. But I swear to God, it's like today is just something else. Oh my God, is there going to be like a third person that shows up and we have to re-go over all of this again? I feel like this stream is just going to slowly turn into a goddamn Yakuza side quest. We have to tell the joke again! How was your 4th of July? Basically, honestly, I just don't do holidays these days anymore. Like, not at all. So I'm just sweating like crazy right now. But yeah, basically any like holiday stuff, I don't do. And it's weird to say when, well, maybe I shouldn't say, but let's just say I know someone IRL that has a birthday on an actual holiday, and it's like we just never celebrate it because we just don't do that. So my 4th of July was just sitting here playing X-Defiant. I think that was happening. Wait. When was 4th of July? It's on Thursday. Okay, I'm a pro wrestling fan. I forget if AEW Dynamite... I sometimes watch it on Thursdays because of reasons. So, yeah, needless to say, I'm also a pro wrestling fan. So, usually every Wednesday, there's a show I kind of check out. And I think I may have also saw that on Thursday, maybe. I may have. But yeah, holidays, I usually don't do anything special. I just kind of sit here, chill here, do whatever. On an occasion, because like I stream Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday, and basically sometimes I know I'm just the uttermost. So like Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday is like when I try and stream, and basically there are times to where my stream would land on like a holiday, and it's like because today's a Wednesday, because today's a Saturday, because today's a Sunday, I'm not streaming because of the holiday, but I am streaming because of this. To pronounce this one by one. What? I'm guessing we're going to be taking a look at Morse code, so that one's going to... I never learned Morse code. But I think there's a couple of beeps, couple of long beeps, stop, couple of beeps, couple of long beeps. The end. So if that means anybody to anybody, thank you all for watching. Shizue-san, Kirayoko of poisoning his food, and considering he drinks coffee here daily. So apparently, we have someone that might be trying to kill somebody and could be poisoning some food here. It would be pretty tough to poison coffee, but I should check it out just in case. Oh, are we gonna, like, test the freaking coffee? Cat! Where? I heard it on the right. Uh-huh. Where the hell's this damn cat? Left? Over the edge? There you are. Got the cat. Mission complete. We could end the stream. Thank you all for watching the stream. Give me $1 million and I'll tell you a joke. Bro, are you serious about trying to tell a joke? Because I don't think you can. Apparently, I was trying to explain what a setup and punchline is, and it seemed like all of that was going over your head. Don't get me started on telling jokes. Because I have not seen anything in chat today to where I saw a good joke. Bro, I would give you $2 to even try, but I think that would be overpriced. So, I'm gonna pass, thank you. If you give me $1 million. Bro, honestly, could we do this? Let's open up the chat to an actual joke. Tell me an actual joke. And if you can't do better than me, then you failed. I'll do one for free. Hit me. 100% right now. I want to hear it. I want to laugh. I heard one about grape and what was it? Two birds, one stone. It was utter complete dog, and I swear to God. Oh my God, you're gonna keep it simple, bro? What does a blind man call a curtain? A blind. I said comedy, dude. I said actual comedy. Do we need to talk about Package Boy? My guy, I think we just found a fucking Package Boy. Alright. Well, I said I was gonna pass on this, but fuck it, I guess we're doing it. I said come up with an actual joke. I'll hit you with some fire, because I only spit hot fire. Okay. Well, you know what? I actually can't do Package Boy. Because we can't do Package Boy because we gotta do another one. Okay, here we go. Two hunters are out in the woods. When one of them collapses, he doesn't seem to be breathing, and his eyes are glazed. I am going to read the rest of this, but I'm just going to say it right now. I think my guy is trying way too hard. Oh, Harvin, to be fair, that is true. You were, that wasn't necessarily your joke, but you were kind of replying. That is a me issue. That is a me issue. To be fair, I did kind of, it wasn't your joke necessarily, but you were like repeating it and stuff. So to be fair, full transparency. To be fair, yeah, it wasn't your joke per se. To be fair, but I am saying I saw a joke in chat that it was trying to be edgelord and it wasn't there. I'm gonna read the rest of this, but I could already tell right now my bro's trying too hard. Two hunters are out in the woods. One of them collapses. He doesn't seem to be breathing, and his eyes are glazed. The other guy whips out his phone, calls for emergency services, gasps, "My friend is dead. What can I do?" The operator says, "Calm down, I can help. First, let's make sure..." Oh my god, this is not even worth $2, dude. Thank god I didn't overpay. I mean, if this is the $1 million joke, wow. I would say someone has some bad writing issues, but you know, I think it will be an overstatement. Let's just calm down. I can help. First, let's make sure he's dead. There is a silence, then a gunshot. Okay. A gunshot is heard back online. The guy says, "Okay, now what?" Okay. It actually was kind of good. It actually was kind of good. Okay. It's for me it's not a laugh out loud joke, but it's it's one of those things to where when you read it out, it's not that funny. But if you see like proper, if you actually see like a proper, like cutscene, you know, like an actual scene, it's gonna be more funnier, because you know you don't got the timing and pacing is gonna be more there. So and if you hear that timing and pacing correctly, I could see that being a joke. But to be fair, you made it up at the end. But I feel like I could do better. And it's one of those things to where it's like, which one do I want to go with? Let's hit him with the sauce. I got it. Bro, here we go. I'm gonna repeat a joke that I did on Twitter. I know it's a cesspit, but hear me out. Also, do be careful on posting links in chat. You can get blocked, so careful, my dude. You gotta ask for permission on that. Real talk though, there was somebody I do know, a streamer friend, allegedly posting a link in chat, got him banned on Twitch for whatever reason. It's dumb, whatever. But I'm gonna go ahead and tell you a joke of something that took place on Twitter. So, to be fair, I do need to have like full context, but yeah. I need to do this properly. I need like good punchlines and setups and jokes, and this and that. We are muted. Yes. Okay. So, yeah. Here we go. This may go over some people's heads. Some people may not quite understand, which is fine. Okay. I need the right spot. Okay. So here's the deal. So on Twitter, someone was talking about Yakuza, and I believe it was Yakuza 4, and there's a moment in the game to where the character Seijima is... So basically what ended up happening is Seijima is... He was in prison for like 10 years or something like that. I forget the exact details. And he finds himself at Kiryu's place. And there's a character by the name of Haruka. And Haruka... There's a very awkward moment to where Seijima is actually hovered over Haruka, who's underage. And a lot of people would... I think the original tweet was something along the lines of, and this is just for context, and I'm gonna mention the reply, so I'll mention the reply, but this is just for context. So I saw a tweet of someone talking about Yakuza 4, and it was the scene with Seijima and Haruka. Haruka's underage. This guy's out of prison. Why is he hovering over Haruka? And I think the caption read something along the lines of trying to explain how good Yakuza is and try to defend this scene. And my first thought was, now here's where the joke comes. So I was like, I actually completely forgot about that entire scene. This is me and my friend trying to forget of that scene as we try and to continue throughout our day. Oh my god. Oh god. Anyway, I digress. I want to see you play it. I'm gonna go. That last one. Oh, dude, believe me. Okay, so basically, so I actually, I just now realized I probably have to re-download this particular stream because I'm pretty sure this is gonna get copyrighted. I played a couple of clips here that are a bit on the you're gonna get copyright striked if you're not careful. So yeah, there's actually a legit TV show called Upright Citizens Brigade, and I have every episode of it because, dear God, it is so fucking hilarious. Upright Citizens Brigade is my shit. As a matter of fact, the very scene that we see right here, there's a house that's potentially for sale, and there's a hot chick's room with a bucket of truth because it is fucking awesome. This whole episode is just so fucking goated. Oh my god. I would say go out of your way and like look up Upright Citizens Brigade because that is king of fucking comedy. No one knows what the fuck Upright Citizens Brigade is, but it's a show from 99. And dear God, the 90s was... they were so good. They were so fucking good. But yeah, so in this very episode, if you see the bucket of truth, you're being exposed to undeniable... What's the quote? What's the quote? I'm not going to be able to play the scene. I'm not going to be able to play the scene because, you know, copyright strike and all this stuff, but it's fucking goated as shit. So what was it about the bucket of truth? Bucket of truth is undeniable, unadulterated, something or another. That's Captain You Lunatic. That's a whole nother something special. Where is that bit? Oh wait, yeah, it's after they sell the house. Yeah, and she... I'm not gonna play the clip, but I'll play the audio of it. What was that about the bucket of truth?
House, you know, a lot of families with children are just too narrow-minded to purchase a home that has a bucket of truth in it.
A bucket of truth? What is that?
Oh, it's just a normal bucket, except for when you look inside the bucket, you shall know unmitigated, unadulterated, immutable truth.
Okay. You know what?
And then if you see the bucket of truth, your brain can't comprehend it, and so what comes out of the bucket of truth, because people can't handle it. Oh God, yeah, the finale, Captain Lunatic doing his fucking thing. Okay, yeah, we got to see Captain Lunatic do his thing. This is how the show ends.
Oh, you bastard! You didn't even let her finish her routine. All right, I'll look in your damn bucket.
Goes over to the bucket. Finish seeing the bucket.
Don't you think I know that?
Screams to high heavens, don't you think I know that? He has a problem with God, so he's constantly shouting at him. But to the pussies out there who don't know how fucking shit goes on, you end up with pussies that think, oh yeah, I could handle the bucket of truth. And then you get... because they couldn't handle the bucket. I fucking love this show so much. But yeah, the last bit is so fucking hilarious because so basically they do like sketch comedy or not sketch comedy, but they do like they have like running gags that like cross over to one another, and the joke here is like they're trying to sell a house and they have like a hot chicks room and a bucket of truth, and so that's just kind of like the main plot point, and then there's like a side plot point. You got to see it in order to fully understand. But at the end, they would probably do like because this was the 90s, hidden camera shows was like very popular once upon a time. So the actors and creators of the show, by the way, the woman here is actually Amy Poehler. It's weird to think, Amy Poehler, you got signed to SNL, but you did Upright Citizens Brigade, and you were like way funnier until you started doing SNL, and then your comedy just kind of... I'm sorry, Amy Poehler, you're good. I seen you when you're goated, but going over to SML, you weren't that great. But yeah, but Amy Poehler really kind of sells it here to where she is just kind of like, like right here, she's at the supermarket and she's doing her thing. I will say between the two, Amy Poehler was the one that was like, she's trying to like get over it and like just move on. She's at the store, she's getting like canned food and stuff, and she's just going down the aisles screaming and stuff, and then the end is beautiful to where it's like, how much is this? And then it's just so good. When I first saw this for the first time, I swear to God, me and my friends, because sometimes depending on the TV show, when it comes to rolling credits, it's like, oh, you need to stop watching the show. Show's over. But this was like one of the shows to where like the show kind of continued as the credits were rolling, and this was one of those moments to where it's like that last bit, like when the final thing you see is how much is this? Wow! Oh God! Oh God! Here it comes! Here it comes!
How much for this?
And the cutaway too. It's, oh God, that last bit, poetry, just poetry. I fucking love it. And this is why I feel like no one knows fucking comedy. To some degree, I feel like I'm not really trying, but like I understand it. I know why this is funny. This is why other people would think it's funny. But yeah, real talk, I actually had a moderator of mine, and we actually used to do movie night in our Discord. I haven't done it in years, but basically this is one of the shows that I like showed my moderator, and it was only because like he was talking about like, oh, he's part of the newer hipper crowd. You're all about the memes, and it's like, bro, I only know jokes. So your meme stuff, I don't know what memes are, but you know what? I know what a joke is, and we have a good solid joke over here. So yeah. Anyway, I am deeply reminded I am gonna have to download this stream and upload the full version to my Patreon. So yeah, that's gonna be a thing. So that's gonna be like the unedited version, and then all the plebs, you're gonna have to roll with whatever heavily edited bullshit I gotta do for YouTube. But yeah. Anyway, I digress. I actually wonder if the audio is copyrighted off that, because that is a TV show. Interesting. By the way, I actually do have like a thing on my computer that actually legit says movie night, and I just basically have like a bunch of like movies and clips and shit, and it's like, this would be good for movie night. I so want to go back and do it because, oh God, people don't know fucking comedy, dude. To me, it just feels like just second nature to just like tell a really good joke or just have like a perfect setup and a perfect punchline. And it's like, people don't understand what a good setup and a good punchline is. Things are just lost these days. It's like, I don't know. Oh God, that is not what I see on my screen. Uh-oh. Maybe things will come back? Yeah, I think my capture card just borked. The image that you're seeing right now is not what I'm seeing on my end. Also, I just now realized, I wonder if that's what was happening earlier. Interesting. Okay. We may have technical difficulty. I may have to restart my freaking stream. Jesus Christ. Well, that's gonna suck, but it is what it is. Oh, yeah. You're not even getting the audio over here. I'll try and fix it without completely full killing the stream, but we'll see what we can do here. I might have to restart the stream, so Yeah, I hope you guys see me. But yeah, I may have to restart my stream. Unfortunate. Download it later. Oh yeah, because the stream actually has to finish. I don't know if you can download a stream as it's running. That sounds weird. But yeah. But yeah, I'm going to be downloading the stream afterwards. I tell you, man, there are times to where I have streamed in the past to where I did exactly what I did. YouTube gets flagged left, right, and center. Twitch is like, I sees nothing. I knows nothing. Seems good here. Want to offer you a bunch of bullshit. Dude, my guy, I love where you're going with this. You are top-notch entertainment, man. You had me there for a second. You are so good, man. You are just, and we're gone. Thank you all for playing. Yep. Sorry about that. Just had to get rid of some trash. This is all good. Yeah, I do see my I do see my thing lagging, OBS, which is why I'm trying to give you guys a heads up. Like, I might have to restart. If I do restart, I think I actually might have to download the stream, because this is where all the good stuff is happening. So, yeah. Again, just more of a heads up. Basically, right now, everything's just kind of like lagging up and gonna... Ooh. Are you back? Hold on. Hey, I think we're back. I think we're back? Okay. I'm gonna say we're good. As long as the image pops up here, everything looks like it's running perfectly fine on OBS, so I think we're good. Yeah, if there is any issues, just let me know. I'll try and fix it. I just love how we're just kind of just fucking around, and this is quite possibly one of the best streams I've done in a long time. I am slowly starting to understand why reaction videos are just so popular these days. You don't have to do anything, and it's low rent, it's low IQ, and people just show up, and we all just fuck around. I am slowly getting it. But I don't know if I could do that consistently, though. But also, is it worth watching over time? And then my mind goes to, hell no. No. Over time, your brain is just going to rot, and it just leads to nothing. But the good part is, I could at least explain to you what comedy is, and we could all learn together. And the day I actually look at chat and I see someone become the master, hey, you know, if you had a good run, you gotta know when your time's up. But as of right now, I think my throne is kind of comfy. I kind of like the comfy throne a little bit. Feels pretty good. But seriously though, I would heavily recommend people go watch the TV show Upright Citizens Brigade. God, that show is so freaking good. Okay, so how does the chair look? Wait, can I? Okay, I can. Okay, that's probably what happened. I was probably walking over and ran into the chair. Okay. For a second there, I was like, this evidence? Is this the blunt object that murdered that woman? Oh, it's an internet cafe.
Uh-huh.
Although it seems to be more cafe than internet.
Hey. What the? Hey.
I am telling you right now, we are going to get to main story at some point. It's just not going to be today. But I am going to promise myself we are going to finish this quest line. Unless we start memeing again. Then I can't promise anything.
What the?
This is the water that Kojiro-san's friend was drinking. So... Okay, I think I remember the names. Kojiro is the husband. And the friend is Hirosawada, I believe. And this is Hirosawada's water that he was drinking. He came to the cafe and only ordered water with a... What a cheap ass! If he's such big ways at an ad agency, he probably makes big money too. How stringy can it be? I also just now realized one last thing before we dive back into the thing. I should also maybe point out, at least for YouTube, there is a chance if the stream is copyrighted, if it doesn't outright get taken down by YouTube, when I end the stream, you are not going to be able to rewatch it because it's going to be flagged under that copyright. Also, I wonder if I could see anything on my end right now, if that's the case. Like, was copyright stuff detected, or is it like after the stream? It's like there's a down period. I'm pretty sure there was one stream I did a few months back, and I think that's basically what ended up happening. Okay, yeah, they're saying there's no restrictions or this and that at the moment, but there is a chance that when I end the stream, if it's not playable, that means it got copyrighted. So I'm just saying that for, you know, transparency. Gotta sleep so I can study. To be fair, tomorrow I have an English exam. Yeah, and I don't know how much longer I'm gonna be, but it's just gonna be side quest stuff. Most likely, to be fair, a lot of this stuff is probably not gonna be probably gonna be a nothing burger overall. But I'm still curious. I still want to see everything, so I'm gonna finish this. But yeah, this is pretty much going to be the Judgment streams moving forward. This is going to be a lot of this. So if people are not interested in any of this, I'm just going to let you know. It's probably not going to be that good, but I'm curious and I want to know. I finished studying everything and I feel like I need to exercise. Bro, same. Whenever I do like a full day of like studying and stuff, like, you just mentally feel exhausted, and it's like, you just need a kind of, it's hard to explain, but basically I just kind of need to, like, just kind of, like, move around. If I play, like, a video game or something, I could kind of get some energy back and kind of relax, but yeah, I feel you. If you gotta, like, take a break, do whatever, completely GTFO, get some sleep, what have you. Do you, man? Appreciate you hanging around with me, Harvin. I do apologize for the Twitch chat that there was mild confusion that there wasn't anybody else in any other chats going on in the channel. But then again, I might get banned off of Twitch because I have 2 chats from. Anyway. But yeah. Appreciate you hanging out with me. Wish you the best, man. What a cheap ass. If he's making such big waves at agency, he probably makes big money too. How stringy can he be? I could never be friends with a guy like that. Interesting. I didn't see any smoking, and there's nothing in the ashtray. That pretty much rules out a poison cigarette.
Hey.
What's this white powder? Oh, yeah, so there's a little bit of white powder here. Sugar? It's sugar, right? Yeah, it must be sugar. I guess Kojiro-san takes sugar in his coffee. What happens if I go with something else? Something's off about this. Kojiro made a point of saying it was black when she brought it out. In that case, what's this powder? Could be anything. Ah! I should have saw what the hell was, what the salt one was. Yeah. If you got a GTFO, Harvin, it's all good. Hopefully I'll see you maybe Wednesday or what have you. Today is Sunday, right? Today is Sunday. Yeah, today's Sunday. Yeah. Appreciate you hanging out with me. Always appreciate you, man. Okay, I think we're good. Something has a strong scent here. Smells almost like garlic, but could it be poison? Let's see. If she knows he'd come here to drink coffee every day, isn't it possible she could be mixing tiny doses of poison into each cup? And that would explain why he feels so ill. This is bad. That guy could be in serious danger soon. I think I need to talk to the guy. Hopefully he hasn't gotten far.
Hello?
Yagami-san, you're in luck. I think I got a lead on that Deguchi guy. Yeah? Sounds like he turned up at a club where a friend of mine works. Said he showed up claiming that one day he'd be the emperor of the night and ended up quitting. Like the next week. What do you know? He wasn't getting along with his coworkers, but that was 2 years back now. Any idea where he might have gone after that? I couldn't tell you if he's still a host, but they are saying we've seen him on Pink Street. Pink Street, eh? Thanks for the info. That helped a ton. Did he jump to a different club on Pink Street? Or maybe he found a new line of work? Okay, so we have Reckless, what's it? Oh, and we also have one over here. Devil Wife. I think we were doing Devil Wife, right? Let's take a look at our cases. Side cases? Yes. Okay, so we're not doing Reckless. We're doing Devil Wife. So Devil Wife is over here. Let's see what we have.
Excuse me.
You are Kojiro Kuwayama-san, right? Can I talk to you for a second? Who are you?
This is Yagami.
I'm Yagami, the detective your mother hired. Right. Mom did mention something about that. She can be so dramatic. Her worries may not be as unfounded as you think. What do you mean? This is going to have to be convincing. How do I lead into this? About her second husband's untimely death? You're aware of your wife's been divorced 3 times, aren't you? Yes, I'm aware. I didn't tell my mother that, though. Were you aware her second husband died of poisoning? What? I'm guessing that's new to you. Well, I'm sure it wasn't something she wanted to talk about. That cup of coffee you just drank, did you add sugar by any chance?
Yeah.
No, I take my coffee black. That's a bit strange, because there was a white substance on the edge of your cup. And to make matters worse, I smelled of garlic, which is not far off from a poison called arsenic. Arsenic? I haven't run any tests or anything, but I understand you've been feeling ill for some time. Am I right? I should know. Nausea and stomach aches are symptoms of consistent with the indigestion of arsenic. No way. It could be a coincidence, right? Listen, detective, I know what you're getting at, but I trust my wife, and I'm not going to stop. Doesn't sound like he's going to get through. Doesn't sound like I'm going to get through it. Is it true that you've been in a series of unfortunate accidents lately, sir? Have you considered the possibility that someone could be causing them?
What?
You're a persistent one, aren't you? That said, have you noticed anything unusual? Well, sometimes on my commute home from work, I feel like I've been followed by a man. That's interesting. When was the most recent time you felt that? Let's see. I remember now. It was the one day I headed straight home without visiting Kyoko-chan at the cafe. In other words, on days Kyoko-san is off duty. And do you feel endangered when you're being followed? I wrote it all off, and I did notice that a brick fell from a window once I got pushed into the street. Wait, what? You wrote all of that off as a coincidence. You don't think the stalker might have anything to do with it. But who would be out to get me? I don't know, but I think maybe it's time we find out. But how? The ideal way would be to lure him into a place where he thinks you're alone. How about maybe I could bait him into an alley?
Huh?
Are you sure you want to take that risk? If it will prove my wife's innocence in all of this, I'll do anything. I'm slowly getting the idea that there's possibly a con being played to where it's a system. It's the boyfriend of this woman, or maybe even husband of this woman, and it would probably be boyfriend-girlfriend thing. And she would purposely date men to just material goods, and it just kind of funds their relationship. And yeah, there's a chance that she probably doesn't want to do it, but the guy is like, you got to do it, kind of type of thing. And there is a chance that she may actually not even know what the hell is going on. She's just following what this boyfriend is saying. If it proves my wife's innocence in all of this, I'll do anything. Fair enough. Then I'll follow the stalker from behind. But can you give me more details on the guy you think is following you? He was smallish, about 5'2", 5'2", 5'2". But he wore a hoodie and sunglasses to hide his face. That's pretty suspicious. And where is the company you work for located? Kojiro-san. It's called Kita Electronic, right here in Kamurocho, so I should just find the nearest alley, right? That'd be great. Don't try to drag him too far. I think what I'm going to do for today is... I think I will just finish out this particular quest line. I've been having way too much fun. I could risk potentially going on even longer. And I think today was solid overall. So I kind of hate to do that, but it is the summer, and 3 to 4 hours is kind of a good spot for the summer to kind of take it easy. So I hate that that's the case, but it's what I'm thinking. So let's play out this particular quest line. I am determined for this stream to finish this. And to be fair, I have been having mild internet issues, which that reminds me I should probably go check and see if the if everything's on the up and up with stream cutting into. It has happened before in the past where I just get so kind of like tunnel vision, and I'm just drawn to what's going on screen, and I'm just not paying attention to anything else. So that being said, let's take a look here. Did the stream cut into... That's not what I want. There it is. Okay. For a second there, I thought that was actually the case. For a second there, I thought I actually did kind of screw up. So, yeah. Anyway. My bad. Nice. Kojiro-san. Sort of fucking cat again. Nice. Kojiro-san is off from work. Kojiro-san, you need to act natural. Start walking when I give the signal. Got it. I need to find this goddamn cat. Okay. Now to find our guy. There you are. I heard another one, but I'm pretty sure that was just the timing. I'm gonna chalk it up for timing. But I heard 2 cat noises. I'm going to assume it's the same cat, but the timing was just off. Because I clicked on the cat at the same time the NPC cat sound loop triggered. So I'm going to chalk it up as being that, but anyway. Okay, so I'm guessing we got some guys over there. That might be what we're looking for.
Uh-huh.
So it's got to be one of these two, right? Oh, a guy with a hoodie. That's right. I don't see anybody with a hoodie. Oh, maybe the hoodie's not on their head.
Hey.
Oh, shit. Here we go. There, that's him. Kojiro-san, I've got the guy in my sights. Start walking, don't look back. Okay, but you will save me if something goes wrong, right? We'll try. Don't turn around. Don't turn around. I think I know exactly where he's going. He's gonna go left, right? Down that alley. Yup. It makes like an L bend at this alley. Okay. That was weird. What do you think you're doing? Oh. Hirasawana?
Hmm?
This is the friend, right? Wait, aren't you the... Oh, wait, aren't you the other waiter at the cafe? Okay, I did not see that coming. It's the guy that we were talking to. Minami-kun? You work with Hiroko-chan, right? He did say he had a thing for her. That explains how it was to get poison into your coffee. Kojiro-san. Shit, you're dead.
Yagami-san!
Yagami-san, stay back and go call the cops. Okay.
Guess we're doing this.
Okay. I thought he was just gonna be like a random dude, but no. Holy shit.
Hey.
What were you trying to kill Kojiro-san? Because he was in the way between me and Kiriyoko-chan. In the way? What's your relationship with her anyway? My relationship? It's destiny. Destiny that we would be together. What? I just need him gone, and then Kiriyoko-chan will be mine. Stop your squirming. Let me go. Let go of me, damn you.
Yagami-san!
Yagami-san, are you okay? What in the world just happened? I'm not completely sure myself, but I'm sure the cops are going to take their time finding out. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and probably end it here soon. We're probably going to get a cutscene of wrapping everything up, and I think we'll go ahead and call it. I do apologize that we only really did like one quest completely. I did finish out a story arc with Hostess, but I mean, it wasn't really much of a quest. It was just something I was just wanting to get done. But yeah, I think I'm gonna hate myself for doing it, but unfortunately it's the summer, things are hot, and yeah, I can feel my room heating up. I'm sweating, so it is what it is. Gotta do what you gotta do, so I am gonna go ahead and pretty much just call it here soon. We're probably gonna play this cutscene out, and I think I'm gonna go to Dyson Cube and we'll save the game, and we'll continue this hopefully on next weekend on Sunday. I want to try and do longer, but we'll have to just kind of just wait and see. But it is what it is. Anyway, guys, I know I'm not ending right now, but yeah, I do want to appreciate everybody showing up to the stream, so just a heads up. Well, apparently Kyoko-chan rejected that waiter 3 years back. He's been stalking her ever since, even getting jobs at the same place she does. Didn't that bother Kyoko-chan? Well, people confess their love to her all the time. She didn't think much of it, I guess. Does kind of feel bad that she did kind of get a bad rap, and I hope the relationship between the mom and the potential daughter-in-law is not rocky. That's a unique problem to have. I guess he finally snapped, though, and convinced himself I was the problem. And that certainly explains why I have so many near-fatal encounters. And you keep surviving them, so he definitely resorted to poison. Do you think he killed her second husband as well? It may be a willing bet. I'd be willing to bet on it, but I suppose we'll find out after they interrogate him. He's probably tried to kill every guy who got between him and Kyoko-chan. And probably saw that was the reason why he wanted to talk to us, is he thought that maybe we were in that same boat. So who knows, maybe we would have gotten poisoned if we ordered some. And here I was suspecting Kyoko-san, I'm such a horrible mother. Well, to be fair, she is looking out for her son, and I think by the end of the day, that is respectable. It's just, you need to be cautious of who you point the finger to. That's where the real issue could really come into play. So it's one of those things. Such a terrible mother. That's not true, Mom. You just didn't get a chance to know her yet. To be fair, that is true. We actually don't know how long they even interacted with each other, so there is also possible that because there was little to no interactions, to be fair, a lot of people kind of like what I was saying earlier in the stream, is just like people are just flawed. So unfortunately, some people, they go based on vibes. If they don't actually get the answer, they have to question everything in their head. And this is one more reason why we're just all flawed in our own ways. And it sounds like that's what happened with the mom here. She's the one over on the right. I think she's easily misunderstood. I could see why. But I'm impressed, Kyoko-san, Kojiro-san. Your trust in Kyoko-san didn't waver for a moment. Of course not. I'm her husband. Yagami-san, thank you for getting to the bottom of this. No problem. I hope you two have a wonderful future together, free of accidents. Alright. Oh, wait, it is... Or is it the other job that's $1.5 million? Or something like that. We did kind of say yes to 2 particular quest lines. Unfortunately, I am going to go ahead and call it here for today. I just want to relax, get some food, and I actually did not eat anything all day today, so I'm going to go do that. And I'm probably going to chill and play some X-Defiant, I think. I think I gotta check again, but I am either close to unlocking or I did unlock the sniper rifle, I think. They added 3 new weapons. They added an assault rifle, a sniper rifle, and I believe a sawed-off shotgun for a secondary. And I think I already have the assault rifle unlocked. I'm about halfway through the battle pass, and I either just unlocked or about to unlock the sniper rifle in the game. So there's that. And I am going to be playing Dyson Cube this entire time. You know what? Oh crap, I didn't mean to do that. You know what? I'm actually going to play a game of Dyson Cube. We'll end the stream off of this. I think I never did challenge rules. Let's see what this is. I don't think I ever did challenging rules. So let's see what challenging is. I think I wonder if it's just gonna be like more freaking
Here we go.
tigers and stuff.
Do this.
It's probably gonna be more tigers and stuff.
Whoa!
More tiger rolls. Anyway, we're gonna end the stream on this, I think. And then we'll end the stream. Because I'm gonna be doing this like constantly off stream.
Roll 'em.
So allegedly this is challenging. Whatever that is.
No way.
Oh, we're gonna get robbed immediately. Well, that's perfectly fine because I actually have nothing in my pockets. I'm gonna get ganked of nothing. You want my shoes?
This again.
Okay. I wonder if there's like a more of a mini boss in some of these fights. I did see a guy glowing there, so I wonder if there was like a bit of a mini boss with this particular fight.
Now.
Oh my god, he actually walked away.
I'll go right. Which one?
Okay. This is fine. I thought I was going to get robbed there. Because the thing was standing right in front of me.
You asked.
I don't know if the skill level increased. That's another thing. Because I do notice there is a difference with some of the AI. There's some enemies, when you do this, the higher end, they're kind of more repetitive and like very direct. And they're just not dumb and waiting their turn. Could be a thing. Oh no. Just lost 2 points.
Good.
God damn it. I didn't want to go the other way because we'll probably get robbed in the process.
Now.
I want to say this is good so far.
No way.
So far, I'm fine with this. There we go. There we go. One more. And I think this guy electrocuted himself, so... The dumb one lasted longer, but that was only because he was faking insurance. My guy out here faking insurance.
Come on. Yes. Crossroads. Roll them.
Oh god.
Here we go.
We're getting a bunch of bad rolls, actually. I'm still gonna try and make a play for the left side of the map, but looks like we're
Which one?
not gonna get a whole lot of luck. Hey, it's moving closer. That's what I'm talking about. 2 more points. Awesome. I mean, if I get 1, I'm happy. And I think everything freezes now once active. Hey, we'll dance around it. I might be able to do it twice, but we ain't gonna get a full run of the second though.
You asked for it.
Do it, do it. There it is. Make Chun-Li proud. Who here is not a Chun-Li fan? How can you not dislike the Chun-Li?
Roll them.
We're just doing this for money. I'm not gonna lie, this is actually a pretty decent run. Sometimes when I do this, I get pretty bad ones and I gotta redo it. Did that count? I just saw it shoot up and I'm like, please tell me that counted. Well, it did count because that 40's the max you could do out of this. So we nailed it. We nailed it. Awesome.
Come on.
How far are we, by the way? Oh, we're gonna trigger it twice. Oh, this is beautiful. This is gonna be beautiful. I just gotta avoid the... I just gotta avoid getting ganked. If you can activate the Koyon mode and then get ganked, you can really increase your money, but that just rarely happens. So it's just easier to just kind of pick Koyon if you can. I gotta say, this is actually pretty much more or less the same. I thought challenging mode would be a bit more difficult. And it probably is difficult in its own way, but... I mean, at the moment, I'm just seeing, like, more money that you could probably get. On a good run, I could get $1 million out of this. Or roughly $1 million. I hope this bastard is not running away from me.
Now.
Yes!
We're going full Koronyan.
Awesome. And now we're just gonna head for the exit. If we get there, we get there. If not, hey, maximize profits to the best of our ability. I don't know if we got across the finish line, though. I forget about that.
Bring it on.
Do it. There it. Oh, you. Okay. And as long as I get over 40, I'm happy. Anyway. But yeah, we're gonna... I just want to see how much money I can make here.
Roll them.
And then we'll end the stream. Basically, I just want to kind of show you guys what I'm basically just doing off stream a lot. I think there is a firebomb over here somewhere, but I don't really need to use it. Damn it, no. Dude, you need to chill out, bro. There we go. Sometimes the hit detection or the direction of the hits isn't that great.
Now.
And I think this is the last. We'll see how much we make if we don't get to the finish line.
We're doing this.
I think even if I hit a 6, I think it's not going to be that great. So yeah, I should probably be doing challenging mode more often. Right before the Chun-Li kicks. Someone's a fan of Chun-Li, that's all I'm saying. Why else do you have Akiyama and freaking goddamn Yagami all doing Chun-Li attacks?
Come on. Damn, couldn't do it.
No money? Ah, so we don't get any money, so you have to cross the finish line. Makes sense. I forget how many times, because most of the times I just kind of like beeline to the end. So, well, that's a bummer. Well, I'm gonna be, if I do more Judgment off stream, this is what I'm gonna be doing. You know what? We got the money. Why not? We got the money. So yeah, I'm gonna be doing more of that off stream. I want to continue. The will to continue is there, but my room is hot. It's the summer. I want to call it a day, and I do have some other work I have to attend to. because this game? No, this stream is gonna have some issues. So apparently, I kind of played some copyrighted stuff, so I'm gonna be doing some downloads right now. But anyway, with that, I do appreciate everybody stopping by to the stream. Everyone on YouTube, everyone on Twitch, appreciate you. I didn't give out any notifications because I kind of didn't think it was that important, to be honest. Plus, I did kind of give the heads up yesterday that, hey, you know, I'm going to be doing a stream today and tomorrow roughly around the same time. And I think we more or less did today. I think I even said on stream yesterday, like, it's probably going to be around 5 o'clock when I start today. And that wouldn't be too far off. I think I actually was, like, around 5 o'clock my time. So, it's almost 9, and I want to call it a day. So, I want to get some food. I'm probably going to play a little XDefiant, and I'm going to get some sleep. And enjoy the rest of your day, night, evening, wherever you are. Appreciate you hanging out with me. Love you all. And I'll see you guys on Wednesday for some Red Dead Redemption 2, if you guys are here for that. With Red Dead, I'm pretty sure we're just doing more side quests and different stuff of that nature, so it's more or less the same that we get. See you, Liv. See you next weekend. See you next Sunday. That would be the next time we do. We'll be continuing Judgment. It's because of Bronino's birthday. He really wanted me to play Danganronpa 2. So we're gonna be having that for our Saturday stream. It's what he wants. So you know, it's his birthday. Still haven't talked to him about it. We did chat a little bit in Discord, but it was like unrelated other stuff. We kind of had like a back and forth about Yakuza 0. There was some mild miscommunication. I thought the agreement was like play the game and see it to the end, and I guess he thought, oh yeah, I'm just gonna play the game and just see whatever. And more or less, it sounds like he's not a huge fan of the fighting mechanics in the game. And that, for me, that's just kind of like unfortunate to hear, because like, I guess it's because like for me, I kind of those were like some of my first games I ever played, was like beat 'em ups, brawlers, and fighting games. So I don't outright hate those, but I will admit I do suck at them. And even on stream, you will see me like kind of like stick to like a particular fighting style in Yakuza. And even with Judgment, I don't really touch Crane style that much. Speaking of the devil, hey Bronino, welcome, man. Yeah, so basically I was going to end the stream, actually. I'm only ending the stream because multiple reasons. Basically it's kind of getting a little hot in my room, and yeah, I kind of want to cool down. We could actually, if you want, because you showed up late, we could actually kind of chill a bit, and I could just do some mini games in the background if you want. I'm down to do that, but I also know it's late for you as well, so it's one of those things. But yeah, I was gonna end the stream because it's kind of my room's getting hot. I feel it. I'm sweating, and yeah. Earlier in the stream, I kind of played some copyrighted materials, and I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be doing some downloading after we end here. So yeah. Even though the stream is done, I'm not done. I still got bullcrap to do. I'm not looking forward to doing it. I also might have to do some editing because I need to see what YouTube thinks about those copyrighted materials. Yeah. One of them is actually from Twitter, actually. I never posted it on YouTube, but I don't think I can post it on YouTube because the rules on Twitter is like they actually kind of don't care what you upload. It all depends on, oh my God. God damn it. And the funny thing is, I think you even told me you were going to do it. Also, that should not be the thing. I need to look at my settings. I think some stuff changed in OBS, but Brandino, thank you so much for the sub. Again, so I do need to bring this up with you in particular, because we were talking in Discord back and forth. A lot of the stuff I'm not gonna talk about, but when it does come to Yakuza though, there is something else I never brought up that I should probably bring up now, and it's basically it's the reason why I didn't contact you or when you showed up to my stream, like I never brought it up. One of the reasons why I didn't bring it up on stream ever is because whenever I do my stream, I want people to feel welcomed whenever they pop up in chat or what have you. Because basically, I don't know if this happened in previous years with other people and other viewers, but I do kind of feel like there could have been moments to where I would bring something up or talk about something repetitively, and it becomes a case of, oh, I probably don't want to go to Liv's stream because he's going to bring up the thing. And with you in particular, I thought that thing was going to be Yakuza. So I was like, well, if I don't talk about it, maybe everything will be fine. So that's one of the reasons why I didn't talk about, I never brought up Yakuza. And I could see why somebody would think that, oh yeah, he probably doesn't care that much. But it's only because I don't really like to use the term safe space for my stream, but to some degree, it's like I want my stream to be like less drama and just kind of like have no worries. You know, we just sit here, we chill, we hang out, we do whatever. And I kind of felt like if I constantly brought up Yakuza, maybe I would be seeing less and less of you, and maybe if it got too egregious, maybe, you know, I will stop seeing you altogether. And it's just one of those things. And kind of like what I was saying in Discord is like, you're the best streamer. I appreciate that, man. I thank you so much. But yeah, the one area is like, it's just people like you, I kind of feel like are just so far and few. I see from my time streaming, it's like I want to see more people like you, because I do feel like we kind of have like similar tastes in video games, and it is refreshing to on occasion hear somebody, you know, because I know me and you, we could talk all day about like Persona. The only reason why I haven't gotten Persona yet, Persona 3 Reloaded, is because I just want to wait for the price to come down. So right now on my short list, that of like games I like want to get and like have it in my library, so that way we should just get right to it. There is a Yakuza game, Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. And it's like, I really want to play Infinite Wealth. I think it's going to be a solid game. I think I'm going to love it. It's like $60. And that's the base price. And you know me, I want the full experience. So I want to get the unlimited edition. And if I pull the trigger on the unlimited edition, then there also is the Persona 3 Reloaded, and I'm also pretty much going to get the equivalent of the Unlimited Edition on that as well, because these are two solid freaking games I know I'm going to love. And it's like, that's the reason why I'm waiting for the price to come down. So, in a perfect world, right now, I could easily pull the trigger on one, but I'm going to hate myself because I want both. I don't want to live in a world to where I could only pick one. I want both. So if I could wait for one $60 game. And by the way, I've been looking at the prices, and it's like, oh, you're almost done with Lies of P. I hear a lot about it. I hear Bloodborne be thrown around, and it sounds like it's one of those games if you're like really into Dark Souls, which it almost kind of feels like I need to pull the trigger on Dark Souls at some point. Only because like there is like a streamer friend who I know is like a big fan of freaking Dark Souls, and it's like I know he's a big fan. I'm not talking about you, by the way. It is another one, another streamer friend of mine. He used to go by Lucky Charms, but I think he's now PD Lucky, short for Payday Lucky. He's Payday 2, Payday 3 streamer. And yeah, so. But yeah, there's a website that I use. I love it because it tracks the actual. Okay, it kind of came down a little bit. Oh, but it's key store stuff. God damn it. Okay, but there is a website called GG Deals that I kind of go to. And I like it because they do have, like, the shady key store stuff. That's whatever. But they also do have, like, official websites as well. And it is going to be, like, the Steam version. And I swear to God, every single day, I'm just, like, checking out, like, Persona 3 Reloaded. I believe it's the digital premium edition that I'm looking at that I want to get. And then the other one is Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, and that is the Ultimate Edition. So I want to get both of those games, and right now I'm looking at both of them, and to official sites. Okay, so it's like Green Man Gaming for Persona 3 Reloaded, and Green Man Gaming for Infinite Wealth, and I'm looking at both of them. And I'm seeing them both for $60, and I got $80, and I can't go with both. I can only pick one, but if I wait for the prices to come down, I could get both. I could get both. In a perfect world, if I could get like both of them for like $30, I'm just saying like perfect world. This world's not perfect, but you know, if I could get one for 30 and another one for 30, I could probably have like 20 left over, and I could probably even pull the trigger with I do like this one game. It's called, okay, it's not the greatest game ever, but I like the gameplay loop on it, and it's an interesting concept. So it's like a roguelike game, but it's Dark Souls with guns, and it's called Remnant. I played Remnant 1, loved it, and then there's Remnant 2, and I'm like kind of, that one is $20, and I'm looking at it, and it's like the Ultimate Edition. It's like $20. I want to look at that one more time because my eyes just kind of deceive me when I see this thing. Never mind, it's 30. Unless there's a key store that I semi-trust. No, it's 30. Okay. So it's $30. But yeah, like Remnant 2 right now, I'm looking at it and I see like for the Ultimate Edition, $30. That is not too bad. In a perfect world, if I could get this for 20 and I could get like freaking Persona Reloaded. You know what? I think I don't need to explain it because I think you guys could just feel the vibe of like, because tell me you have not been there yourself, right? To where it's like, you know, this game is good. You know you're going to love it. You know you're going to like it. You want to say, shut up and take my goddamn money. But it's a case of like the price tag. It's like, anyway. So like every day right now, I'm just kind of like checking these, what's the actual name of the website? Like the full thing. GG Deals. Come on, it goes by another name, right? GGDeals like .com or something? That's what I have to guess. Okay, it is legit just GGDeals. Okay, I thought it was like ggdeals.com, but no, that's the actual full thing. Yeah. And it's basically a website that just kind of tracks, like, you got to be careful with key stores, because key stores are kind of, key stores are kind of like known for having fraudulent, it's basically a bunch of people that use stolen credit cards, and they just, they get the game code from them, from stolen credit cards, and then they end up, just, it's not their money. They use somebody else's money, stolen. They somehow obtain a key for a game with a stolen credit card, but when you pay them, it goes into their bank account. So it's a scam, but not all of them are like that. It does feel like my experience with CD keys, that's a key store to where I think it's fraudulent, but it might be slightly better, maybe, I don't know. But I have gone to Humble Bundle, I have gone to Green Man Gaming, I think Fanatical's another one. Yeah, I think it was Ghostwire's. I swear to God, if you go to some of those websites and you see the prices, because it's basically the Steam version. It's just you're buying it from another site, and it's like it does call into question, how do some of these become so cheap? Not all of them, but there have been some sites to where they actually directly say these keys are coming directly from publishers. So, I mean, that's what they say, so it does kind of feel like it's a thing. But if you can buy directly from the thing, but because I don't... it's shady. I will admit that. It is shady. But I have gone to... Not... Again, I want to point this out. There is a site, CD Key, that I don't quite trust per se, but I have gone through Green Man Gaming and Humble Bundle many times, and I think they're more accurate. Exactly, yeah. If you could buy from Steam, just go directly to Steam. Absolutely. I think it feels like I bought a game recently on Steam, but I forget. Oh, yeah. It was, and I'm still playing it on occasion from time to time. It's a single-player game. Is Crime Boss, Rock City. It's a Payday game ripoff that is actually in some ways better than Payday. I'm very familiar with Payday 2. Payday 2 is, I mean, I'm using the number 2 in my logo for the game, and it's like little wink and a nod reference that, you know, hey, I'm a fan of Payday. So Payday 3, it just feels like it's really slipping. They finally released their big update, Boys in Blue Heist, and it's like, yes, we do get the character Clover back. She's awesome. Love the voice actor. Good character. No complaints there, but that's all you really have to show for it. And it's like, and it feels like there's more substance with stuff like, and plus, here's something I love about Crime Boss Rock City. So I don't know if their sale is done, but if you bought Crime Boss Rock City when it launched on Steam, because apparently there was a Steam launch, and as a big thank you, all of the DLC was completely free. if you bought the game at launch. And all you just got to do is just open up the game and just like play it. And then you have all the DLC unlocked. So you don't have to... So like at launch, I think the game was like $15 US. And I'm trying to look now. But yeah, Crime Boss, Rockay City. And it was like, who the hell does that to where they make the DLC entirely free? But I don't know if it flipped over. I thought it was good marketing, in my opinion. Wait, is that the standard price? Oh, the thing might still actually be happening. So yeah. Offer ends July 11. And it's $16. I thought it was $15. Yeah, $16, Crime Boss, Rockay City, and you get 4 DLCs. You get 4 DLCs, like, for free. And to my understanding, they might put those on, whatchamacallit, you might have to buy those after the sale. I think. But to my understanding, these DLCs are completely free. I don't know if it's like that for the Epic version, because I think it launched on Epic. And I want to double check that. Can I see Epic's store? Just in case. Because to my understanding, I think it's paid DLC. Because that's how I understood it. It's paid DLC, but for the Steam launch, they're making it free for everyone. So, also, by the way, Branino, I saw that there was a comment from you. I deeply apologize. I should read it, but I'm just the worst right now. I'm just kind of doing... I want to see Crime Boss Rockay City on Epic's Game Store. I'm assuming it's also 16 over there as well. Yes, my date of birth. It is... sometime in the summer solstice, I believe around in July, and I don't think it is late July. I don't think it is early July. I don't keep track of it. But if you keep telling me this, I will slowly believe that it's on a Tuesday. Yes. 100%. Not make it... Wait, it's $20? What's the standard price? The standard price is $20, so it's... Okay. I thought it was a $30 game. Interesting. DLC. Is that paid, or... Oh, it's entirely free. Never mind. I was under the impression, unless it's because of the sale that's going on. GG Deals. Tell me. Because you do price tracking, Crime Boss... Can we see the DLCs? Oh dear God, you could get it for $10. Green Man Gaming, you're the best. Holy shit, you could get, Green Man Gaming has Crime Boss Rockay City for $10. Listen, if I knew that was the case, I probably would have pulled the trigger on that. Ooh, Heavy Hitters DLC. That was $16 at one point. Really? So it is paid DLC. It's just because of the Steam release, it's cheap right now. At least for that. Unless that's a scam. We could have a scam. Okay, that is flawed. No, that's the price of the actual full game. Okay, it's flawed. Okay, so it might actually be all free. was under the impression it was paid DLC and then they're gonna like flip it over. Apparently that's not the case. I was misinformed. I am mad now. I am deeply mad. Deeply unsatisfied. Want to completely uninstall this garbage from my computers. Anyway, I'm the worst. I'm in love with Liza P. I mean, I bought it for the combat and difficulty, but I'm staying for the story. Interesting. Yeah, the only thing I heard about Liza P is I hear the term Bloodborne being thrown around, so I'm guessing it's basically for the Bloodborne fans. No worries, man. It's the way it is. But yeah, it's good to hear that you're playing other games. Because honestly, I know the feeling, man. I completely know the feeling. Because like on stream right now, I'm just doing well, you guys kind of know what I'm doing. Wednesdays, we're doing Red Dead Redemption 2. I'm just diving back into that gem. I like the game, but I'm looking at the game, and it's not as good as I remember, to some degree. But I don't know. It feels like a whole nother topic. When it first launched, and I first played it, well, for me, when it first launched, essentially on PC, I played it. I bought it from the Rockstar launcher, and yeah, I liked the game. I loved it when it launched, but the more and more I play it, the more and more I realize it just feels like Red Dead 1 in so many ways. And it's like, I kind of hate that feeling. I want it to feel like its own story. And to some degree, it really is its own story, but just, without going into spoilers and all that, it's good, but it's okay. And maybe I have a soft spot for Red Dead Redemption 1. Every dialogue you could either lie or tell the truth. And some dialogues are just so difficult to choose. Oh, I feel like I come across that all the time whenever I play. What would be a better example of this? I felt like I came across that a lot in. I felt like I came across a lot of that in Witcher 3, I think, to where it felt like. I don't want to go into spoilers, and this don't sound like spoilers, but for context, it sounds like it's in that realm of, like, you can kind of get the idea of, like, what I mean. I don't recall this happening, but I am going to be as vague with the details as I possibly can. It's been a long time since I played it, so I don't remember, but it feels like there's an event that takes place, and you're supposed to report back to somebody, and you're supposed to tell, and basically you have two options, and it's a case of you could either lie to the person and, like, and for the record, this is what I felt like I came across in Witcher 3. I forget if anything like this actually happened, but it feels like this was a thing. An event takes place, and you're supposed to backtrack the steps or decipher what is going on in this particular event. An investigation, to some degree. And then there is somebody that's paying you to do it, and you're supposed to take the information and report back. You have the choice of either telling them blow for blow exactly what you came across, or you could straight up just lie and, like, give them some BS. Maybe it's stuff they want to hear. Maybe it's stuff that is just completely redundant. And because I think there is moments, if I recall correctly, to where it's like, it feels like there were a case to where it's like, it's a thief, and it's like, well, the thief is going to pay you, and the guy that's paying you to hunt down the thief, if I recall correctly, it feels like there are some quest lines mostly it was like all side content from what I remember. And it feels like the thief would try and like pay you. Again, I don't know if this has actually happened, but it does feel like it's a thing that happened, to where it's like you find the thief wants to bribe you, like, hey, you're not going to tell anybody about this. And it's like, you know, the thief pays you, he runs off, you get money, and then it's like you report back, and then it's like you could do one way or the other, and then you could kind of like double down and like get more money if you lie or tell him the truth or whatever, and then he pays you so you could like double down. I'm pretty sure maybe that happened, but I don't recall a particular moment to where that happened, but it feels like a situation that you could do. But yeah, so I'm guessing Lies of P is kind of like similar to that, to where it's like there's going to be, and now even though what I just explained is kind of cut and dry, but there are moments to where in more like heavy story-based stuff, to where it's like, you know, you're kind of invested with particular characters and stuff, and I could see myself, it's like you want to be on their good side, and it's like, especially if it's like a moment to where it's like you don't want to hurt their feelings, but also at the same time you want to tell them the truth, and it's like you could see yourself, it's like maybe lying could be beneficial for the individual, but also at the same time, you know, you tell them the truth. And 9 times out of 10, it just feels like with me, it just feels like tell them the truth. Because by the end of the day, if you are hit with the truth, eventually you're probably going to go through emotions, but eventually but then again, maybe I'm just speaking too much on myself and I'm reflecting, but it just feels like as long as you get the truth, you could like handle it. You could deal with it. So the truth might sting and hurt at the moment, like when you get the information, but once you have it, it's like, you know, you kind of like heal by each day. So I can see like a character to where it's like, you know, you want to be on their good side, but you don't know what's best for them. Sometimes maybe lying might help, but other times it's like, you know. So with me, 90% of the time, I'm like always, unless there's something to where, unless the character is like saying like, it would kill me if it turns out to be true, and it's like, they could be serious about when they say that. You know what I mean? So, you know, you hear that, it's like, I want the person to live. I want this person to live a happy life, but it can be on the difficult side. So it sounds like there's a lot of that with Lies of P, which is interesting. The OST is epic too. Honestly, some of the I feel like sometimes music could be a bit underrated, to where in the sense of like, because like I think a great example, just real fast, I feel like Red Dead Redemption 2, love the game, but I feel like there's gonna be like no song from the soundtrack that to where it's like, man, I really love that song, I want to hear it. I mean, there's good vibe songs, there's like good country songs, but there's nothing like, man, I want that on my, I want to add that crap to my goddamn phone so that way we could like play this constantly. And when it comes to Yakuza, when it comes to Persona, those two, it's one of the reasons why I absolutely love those franchises, is because there's openers, which I guess that's one thing I can ask you about Yakuza. What did you think of the opener? Because I have my own reasons. Because I might start gushing about it. But I'm curious what you thought about the Yakuza 0 opener. Because story and everything else, that could be one thing, but like when you first launch the game, you're kind of greeted to that song. So I figured I might as well ask, since we're kind of talking about like just different things and stuff. Also, I should probably read the example that you gave. There's one safe place in Lies of P where the good guys stay, and in a dialogue with an unknown NPC, I could tell him about the location of the safe place so he can hide too, or straight send him to a dangerous place. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, yeah. And for the record, when it comes to like music stuff, that one is completely subjective. Me, I'm more of a hard rock fan. I think my look kind of gives that away. So, but at least from because like with Bronino, I think Bronino told me like various different. It seemed like you sent me like some like music stuff to me. It feels like it seemed like I saw some clips of you of I think it was like anime stuff, if I recall correctly, and it seemed like a lot of the choice of music that you kind of used was kind of like I don't want to necessarily say Persona per se, but it has like that kind of like high energy upbeat vibes of like what you would get from a Persona song. I'm guessing this is a soundtrack, I'm assuming. By the way, I'm listening to the thing you sent me in Discord. Ooh, okay. I could get down with this. Beautiful vocals, man. Really good. I almost feel like I should be playing this for everyone else. If I like it that much, I'll do it. But for now, I'm just gonna let it go. Song may not be for everybody, but I dig it. Legitimately. But yeah, there's good vocals. Now, I'm guessing this is just like one song, too. About 4 minutes. Okay. Oh, this part right here just kind of gives me like a noir vibe. Yeah, noir, what I mean by noir, it's like, there was a typical vibe in the like 1920s, 1940s, probably more so in the 40s. You would hear stories of like detectives and stuff like that, to where it's kind of like dark, gloomy, and you kind of have like a detective that's like probably like in his office calling it a day. You could probably see like a neon light in the distance kind of like flickering and stuff like that. And usually the detective is like going over casework, and there's probably like he's calling it a day, but then someone comes in, and there's a particular vibe of noir to where it's like a very romantic, theatrical version of the 1940s. So I'm hearing with the song, I'm hearing like I kind of paused it for a second, but there's a second to where the vocals just kind of stop, and you're just kind of hearing like more of the. I think that might be a big bass. I think I'm hearing, and a piano, and it's just giving me like just noir vibes. Also, and I think I thought I heard there was like rainfall in the background as well. Oh yeah, and you also get the saxophone as well. That also just kind of really brings in the noir vibe. The thing about oh god, just screwing everything up. The thing about me is I have like a variety of tastes of music. I already kind of played like multiple copyrighted bullcrap recently, but fuck it, I'm just gonna go ahead and play it. There's a song that I absolutely love that gives me so many it just has a vibe. To people that know me and my taste in music, there is a song that I absolutely love, but some people may not like it. And some people might even think, Liv, this is not a rock song. This is not the stuff that you usually like to play. Why do you like this? But, I mean, listen to the lyrics, and you'll see why I freaking love this song. So, I just now realized I probably can't show the image. Because, yeah, it's a song, so it is what it is. But yeah, this is a genuine song that I listen to, and I absolutely love it. I already played multiple copyrighted music. Let's just hit it with one more. So yeah, this is a song I listen to legitimately. The band is called Life, Sex, and Death, and the song that I'm about to play is called Rise Above. Okay, apparently I have something muted. Let's unmute. Okay, let's maybe start that from the beginning, because yeah, let's maybe start there. But yeah, this is a song that I absolutely love. The band's called Life, Sex, and Death, and the song is called Rise Above. I absolutely love this song. Listen to the lyrics. I'm gonna stop it at some point, but yeah, listen to the lyrics, and you'll see the reason why I absolutely love this song.
I must be the loneliest man alive. When I'm all alone, I sit behind the keys, and every altar stands in front of me. When you love someone, the party's just begun. You tear down some walls and you make some room in your heart. When you lose that one, the pain has just begun. You try to build that wall back, but your bricks just keep falling down. Don't let them hit the ground. Rise above, rise above. Though it hurts so much to think of, rise above, rise above. Though it hurts so much inside, if you keep the faith and keep the love, you soon grow wings of a dove, and you will rise.
All right, that's like half the song. I'm not gonna play the rest. I'm not gonna get copyrighted that hard. But yeah, I absolutely love that song. I'm curious, is there like a lyric version Just curious. Because I could probably play the... So that way you could actually see the things that it's saying. Oh, yeah, there's apparently a karaoke version. But basically, there was someone IRL that passed away, and basically, I think of this song whenever I think about him. Okay, I don't know if you guys could see the thing clearly. But yeah, these are like the lyrics for it. Apparently it doesn't have the song, but yeah, these are the lyrics to the song that I was just playing. Okay, so they have the instrumental version. And yeah, I'm not surprised that that's the thing with you. When again, learning a second language is never that easy. Anyway, you also sent me something else. I'm going to take a look at that. Well, since everything is just kind of like more or less muted. Yeah, so they're just kind of playing an instrumental version. But I absolutely love this song. Also, my head is kind of covering the band and the song here. But yeah, this is not the same song, but it's but yeah, that's the band and everything. So what's this other one that you sent me? Oh, it's an actual cutscene. Okay, what do we have? Interesting. Liar. Interesting. Great setup. I will say that. Great setup. And it looks like it leads right into a boss fight, too. I mean, imagine going to a fight and bring a coffin to your opponent. The funny thing is, it's because I'm like a pro wrestling fan. I have been noticing more and more. I find myself like in the presentation because with pro wrestling you could be very theatrical and you could kind of you could be a bit more like creative. And to some degree, I always kind of felt like how awesome it would be because it's like the closest thing to like a video game you could possibly get. And because usually every pro wrestler has like their own character, their own background. and it feels like very few people is able to kind of like be able to do that. So the fact that you're saying like how awesome it would be to like, you know, bring a coffin to a fight and what have you, my mind just kind of goes to, I cannot tell you how many times stuff like that happened in professional wrestling, to where it's like that's kind of the overall vibe is pro wrestling characters that they want to tell you and get you invested into a particular story. And sometimes there are characters to where they do try and have like a theme to it, and I've seen a coffin on more than one occasion being brought in, and it's part of the story that they're trying to tell. Usually it ends in some kind of type of buried alive, this and that. The boss is kind of insane. It's the main boss of Three Brothers will join the fight one by one while you do damage to the main boss. Oh, it's one of those fights? Yeah, there's a particular boss fight in Persona 4 that I could see a lot of people being like, this boss fight is fucking ridiculous. Not gonna say who, but in Persona 4, there is a particular boss fight to where it's like middle to end of the game. Again, without going into spoilers, because I actually generally forget what boss fight it was to where it does this, but one of the things that they would do is they would corrupt your party, and your party would flip. So whoever you bring, they're going to be fighting for the other team at one point, and luckily I just happen to have the perfect build. Again, this is Persona 4 Golden, and there's a boss fight to where at one point my entire team flipped to the enemy side, and I was having to do damage to my own teammates, and it's like, luckily I had the right build, and they were only doing, I think it was physical damage. So luckily for that, I was able to essentially, I think it was reflect on attack. So as long as it's physical damage, they would do damage to themselves. And I swear to you, everybody on the enemy team was trying to do a whole bunch of physical damage, but because I had the right persona equipped, I completely destroyed that boss. It was nothing to me. But it was weird to see one teammate after another just kind of flip to the enemy side, and it's like, oh god. And if you're not prepared for that boss, oh god, I could see it being such a pain. And plus, it's gonna be a case of like, be careful who you go with, because you might need that person for your team. So yeah, no way this is a real thing in a Persona fight. That's a real thing in Persona 4 Golden. I forget which boss, but there is a boss that corrupts every member of your team slowly, one by one, and they all flip to the enemy side. I came across it, and I remember it was one of those things to where at first glance I was like fucking pissed. I was furious. I didn't have a webcam at the time, so unfortunately I'm not going to hunt down a clip to where you just hear me talking the entire time. But I could tell you when I first came across that fight, I recall being incredibly pissed until I saw the attacks. And I was like, wait, it's physical damage. I'm immune to physical damage. I can reflect all physical attacks. So I'm seeing each of my teammates, and I think the boss itself also, I think the boss also had like other attacks as well when it's running solo. But the big thing is once now again, it could depend on what difficulty level you you go with. So there is a chance maybe there's a different attack or other attacks that would take place. We actually don't need this screen anymore. So there was like other attacks that maybe they would do if you play on harder difficulty. I want to say I played on either easy or normal for Persona 4 Golden. And at one point, the shock of like, oh my god, they're taking my entire team. Like, this is gonna suck. I'm a soul. I'm all alone in this world. Who the hell is gonna be here to help me out? And then I just kept seeing physical attack, physical attack, physical attack. I'm immune to physical. It's going to reflect. So if you hit me with an attack, you're just going to hit yourself in the process. And much like what you say, it's like, why are you hitting yourself? And when I defeated the boss, I was like, there's no fucking way that just happened. To where it's a case of like, I got a dub because I just happened to go with the perfect persona that has reflect physical. And because of that, I ended up destroying the boss. And at least in my playthrough with Persona 4 Golden, I do recall I just kind of went like, I think I recall going with the idea of like, well, if I just stick to like everything physical damage, I could win. And that's kind of more or less how I kind of remember playing a lot of my personas. So, again, if you play on a harder difficulty, that's going to be a completely different story, but at least for what I did. Honestly, I don't remember the persona. I really don't. And I did have somebody, I think it was Delson Waters, because he was really invested in my Persona, all of my Persona streams. When it came down to Persona 4, he was hand over fist. He really wanted me to go with, like, some of the best Personas in the game. But the Personas that I already had and the enemies that I was doing, granted, I grinded a lot, so because of that, I was able to... Basically, I was overpowered. So, if you grind enough, it can level out, so... I just remember the very first Yukiko fight. I just stayed on that first floor, not going anywhere. I just remember staying on that first floor because it was the first time playing Persona ever, and I kind of wanted to stick to fights that I knew I could fight. And I stayed on that first floor, and I just kept refreshing that first floor. I would go from the start, where you first enter, make it to the door, I go through the door, and then I go back the same way I came, and I just kept doing that over and over. And eventually, I just kind of leveled up my entire team, and that's basically how I got through the Yukiko, and Yukiko is the first dungeon that you come across. There is a meme in Persona community about the... Okay, so he's the one that reflects physical. There is a chance... there is a possibility... Because, correct me if I'm wrong, there's usually, like, a really good, overpowered persona. They have other traits, but their big main one would be something like that, of, like, say, reflect physical. But, if I recall correctly, it feels like there's also some grunts, like, low-level personas that would do something similar, and there is a chance, if I didn't have the persona that you're talking about, then there's a chance that I used a low-level grunt and just constantly just kept fusing that low-level grunt that had reflect physical, and I just kept morphing it to other personas, and I kept saving it. So basically every persona on my list, if it didn't have a full-fledged nuke attached to it, it had reflect physical or something along those lines. Because my mindset was, if I could reflect physical, then I could just worry about the other attacks later, if that makes sense. That might be a dumb way to do it, but I felt like it worked. I clumsily went through the race. It was a sloppy finish, but dear God, I finished the race. I guess is what you could say. I didn't 100% the race. I didn't come in first, but I didn't come in last either. But I did finish that race. Dear God, it was disgusting. We probably don't want to speak of it ever again, but we did it. This is kind of how I feel. Request to be assaulted by Liv. Oh, God. Yeah, sorry about that. My current events was being covered. That's the reason why I didn't see that. God damn it. I gotta... To some degree, I hate doing these things because I put them there to be like kind of like creative and have fun with chat, but then I realized you actually gotta be in the moment good, and it's like, I just can't. Insult. And we have to do this too. I feel like I already told that one, though. Yeah, I already feel like I told that one, though. I don't want to do it. Ah, fuck. I don't want to say it. I really don't. And it feels like I told this one. What was it specifically was the other one? No, I think that is actually the same joke. Or the same insult. I really don't want to do it. I really don't. Why is there moments to where it's like, it feels like it hurts me to like actually say it? But then again, when you actually have a trusted friend and it's like, hey, as a lol, I want you to insult me, and it's like, and then when you look at the friend and you realize you have to put it into words, it's like, it hurts. I don't think you will ever be able to hurt more than Brazil not winning more World Cups ever again. That was my insult I was going to say. And then I was thinking, how can I rephrase it? And then my mind just went right to, well, I could, but I don't want to. Neymar is never going to see a FIFA World Cup championship ever in his entire career. There, I said it. Legitimately, I actually was... But the problem was, I felt like I already said that one, though. But I legit was gonna say... Brazil is never gonna see another FIFA World Cup ever again. And then I was like, well... To be fair, Neymar is fucking goated as hell, and I will admit, he's really fucking good. And it's like... Yeah, I do kind of feel like Neymar is never going to see a FIFA World Cup championship. And plus, isn't he like fucking in like fucking like the Middle East? Isn't he like in Saudi Arabia in like some local club in Saudi Arabia? That kind of feels weird because like Barcelona is like one of one of the best clubs, best local clubs in the world. And it seems like he just fits right at home if he's like at freaking Barcelona and what have you. It just kind of feels like he should be. It feels like, again, my mind just kind of goes to pro wrestling, because there are like pro wrestlers to where it's like they would work so much better in like this promotion, that promotion. And right now my mind is just kind of going to Neymar, and it's like he's kind of in that same boat to where he's messing around in a league that, granted, financially he's probably doing like incredibly well financially, which on one hand, good for him. Again, that also just sounds like I'm just talking about pro wrestling and WWE, because they give out like fat checks, and it's like, yeah, if you break into the pro wrestling business, you want to go with WWE. So it's, but yeah, and there's people that in WWE, it feels like they just kind of like dick around, and it's like, dude, you could do so much more if you were in any other promotion. And I do kind of feel like Neymar's in that same boat. But then again, I thought I heard he was because Saudi Arabia, they're kind of like making a lot of plays. And again, it's kind of even blending over into pro wrestling as well. WWE, they do like a crown jewel, and they would do events in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, they want to try and change their image and everything, so they're kind of doing like a political thing. Everyone's just kind of like seeing through their BS, but to be fair, if they give out fat enough checks, other people are just gonna kind of fall in line. And it's like, well, if you need a paycheck, you just go there. I got disappointed with Neymar in the last World Cup. And the funny thing is, like, I think he had like an ankle injury too. So I remember there was like a few games where it's like, why is he benched? And then it's like, oh, okay, he's got like I want to say it was like a broken ankle. So, but I swear to God, you look at that footage, I could see some people making an argument that like Neymar is like he's not that good, but my mind would go to is you kind of need to watch his last performance in the World Cup, just simply because every time when he gets the ball, it's exactly like what I saw going on with Messi in like 2010. And I even remember the term, there was a term going around. I don't know if like this was like a universal term, like everybody was saying it, but I do remember for the American broadcasting, the English broadcasting, there was a term of, what was it? Messi dependence. And essentially what it was saying is, you shut down Messi, you shut down Argentina. And I kind of feel like that's something similar with Neymar, to where it's like he is just that top tier player, to where he's always gonna like make a play. Do not let this man be open for a clear shot at goal, because he might be pretty. Those killer instincts are gonna kick in, and he's a good striker, so he's gonna get the job done. And it's one of those things to where it's like you leave him open, yeah, he's gonna take advantage. But I can also see, like, you know, every time he gets the ball, he's gonna have like 5 people right on top of him, and shut down Neymar, you shut down Brazil. But I can feel that and sense that, to where it's like, man, you know how good he is, but it's because he's just kind of like facing an uphill battle. The one thing to hope for is like, you just kind of hope that there's like other people that would rise up for the Brazilian national team, and hopefully it won't just be Neymar alone. And it's because you could make the argument, well, you know, Pele was so good, but that dude was like in a class of his own in a different time period. The skill and gap at the time was just vastly different. That's the reason why he was able to like do like 20 goals per game, or 10 goals per game. And those are just figures you just don't see anymore, because people kind of learned from the best, and they came up with counters ever since. So it's just one of those things. It also just kind of feels weird. You almost would never think that I'm like a fan of football leagues because I just don't talk about sports, but I had Hispanic friends growing up. And basically a lot of them were just incredibly into football, and I just kind of fell into it. So it's just been like that ever since. And throughout my years, football was always just kind of the sport I just always just kind of turned to. Goalkeeper was always my position. To be fair, I was fat as hell back then, and so yeah, it was like, hey, I just need to dive left or right, and I'm good. So, to be fair, I actually don't know how good of a goalkeeper I really was, because I'm sure everybody who played like on the schoolyards and stuff, I'm pretty sure we're all guilty of it. You just lay down like two piles of trash, and it's like that's that's the goalkeeper freaking post right there. You just I could with us in the United States, especially for like when winter rolled around, like you would have like a sweater or something. People will just take off their sweater, and it's like that's the goalpost. So like you got to get it in between here. So like you will take off your sweater, some other kid will take off their sweater, and it's like, this is the goalpost. So it's like, because we had no understanding of like how high the bar would be, the rule was, well, if it goes up, then it don't count. But if it's like low into the ground and you can get past it, that's the way we did it when I was growing up as a kid. And even when I became a teenager as well. I was watching a friend in Discord when Croatia did the goal. I was able to hear his father screaming in despair in the background. That has to hurt, because like exactly, because it is one of the things that I do love about when the World Cup does roll around. There are just passionate people, and it hurts when it's happening, and you could just, you feel the pain too, because it's universal like that. Every single year when the World Cup rolls around, I'm always going for Brazil. I'm always going for the United States. Those are my two teams every year. Brazil's the team I pick to where it's like, I know United States is never going to win, but Brazil has a chance. That's the team I pick for to have a chance, to feel like, hey, I could get to the semifinals. But yeah. The one player I really loved was Ronaldo. Ronaldo, number 9 for Brazil. For me, he was like my Michael Jordan. He was my Neymar when I was growing up. Like, he was the guy. And then some fucker by the name of Cristiano Ronaldo came in, and it's like, well, now if I say Ronaldo, I gotta remind myself and be specific. No, I'm talking about Brazil, number 9, back in the 90s and early 2000s. But yeah, he was the guy. I forget what games I saw, but I just remember seeing he was just a deadly striker. But to be fair, he was also surrounded by such a very high quality team. He had Ronaldinho, something like that. And so he had him, Robinho, Kaká, the list goes on. Cafu, damn good defender. He was that's another goated name that feels like I haven't heard in forever. Cafu, and I think he was like always the captain, if I recall correctly. Whenever I played like EA, FIFA, and stuff, I would notice I would always see like I think I would always see Cafu with the captain armband, and I'm like, not saying you don't deserve it, but I gotta go with Ronaldo on this. So I hope you don't mind. I always did it every single time. I was just a fan of Ronaldo. But yeah, it's but Neymar though, I just kind of feel, I do kind of feel bad for him because it just kind of feels like I feel like he could kind of just do better, but unfortunately, at least when it comes to the national side of things, for the Brazilian team, I just feel like he just needs more help because he could do it. Like, he could finish, but he would need a team to help kind of build up momentum in order to get like good shots at goal. If they could do that, then that's when Brazil is gonna be, without a doubt, freaking you're gonna see them win a World Cup. But it just feels like it's just Neymar is just alone by himself. But he needs a team to back him up. Sometimes I have nightmares about Croatia. Dude, what team was it? I think, I forget what year it was. Maybe it was like, I want to say it was like 2006 or so, I think, was the year I'm thinking of. I want to say it was England versus Portugal. And I think it was Cristiano Ronaldo. And it was funny because I was just kidding. I'm not that crazy. Bro, that's another thing. It's like, how long can you hold a grudge for that many years? At some point, you just got to hit that refresh button and just like, new year, new season, new opportunity. Let's focus on the now. It's not, you keep focusing on the past, you're never going to move forward. That honestly, in life in general, that you're gonna have those moments to where it's just like you cannot be stuck in the past. Unfortunately, I'm not gonna go too much into detail on it, but I know someone that is very much they are just so dedicated to their past, and it's like, it hurts when it's someone you care about, and it's like, if you just move forward, look at the now, look at the future, you could have a level of optimism. You could kind of break through. But if you constantly just stick in the past, you're never going to move forward. And it's one of those things. So good to hear. Jokingly, I have nightmares about it. Jokingly, awesome. But real life, not a real thing, so that's cool. But yeah, I do know some people that are just like that too, where they there's just something that just happened years ago for whatever reason. It's so near and dear to them. It hurts to hear and see that when it is someone you care about, to where it's, again, it's one of those things to where I could go into it, but I'd rather not. But I do know someone that is very much like that. But at some point, you just need to hit a reset button. I saw a demon, and I was like, okay, it's just the devil. It's not Croatia. because of my sense of humor. It's because of my sense of humor. I get that vibe, man. I get that vibe. I know the feeling. I know the feeling. I didn't have that per se, but did I have a feeling of like, oh, thank God it's not that thing. No. There's worser things out there than hell. Oh my God. But yeah, hopefully freaking Brazil would be able to come up with something, because but basically what I was saying with Cristiano Ronaldo and Portugal. I remember there was one year, I want to say it was 2006, but I remember there was a game, it's because I know Cristiano Ronaldo at the time, his local club that he played for was a club out of England. It was, I think it was Manchester United. And at the time, there was another player by the name of an English player. He might actually be like a coach or a manager now, I think. His name is, I think it's Wayne Rooney. And so Wayne Rooney, I knew for a fact he played for Manchester United alongside Cristiano Ronaldo. It's kind of funny, for your local team, you're playing for Manchester United. And yet, for some reason, you know, in your national team, Cristiano Ronaldo playing for Portugal, and then Wayne Rooney playing for England. And it's like, I remember watching some games between, well, actually, it was Manchester United. I believe it was Cristiano Ronaldo that knocked out England. And when it came to Manchester United, even though Wayne Rooney and Cristiano Ronaldo were on the same team, every time Cristiano Ronaldo got the ball, and it was like this for like 4 years, I swear, if you could find old footage during that time period of when England was knocked out of the World Cup, watch any game of Manchester United to where Cristiano Ronaldo got the ball. He was booed out of the building for all the home games because it was like, this fucker was the guy that knocked us out. So it sounds like Croatia is unfortunately like that with Brazil with some people. It's like, you want to get that win back. You just want that win. And it's like, it's either, and plus, unfortunately, I'm not too familiar with Croatian's lineup, but if I want to say there may have been a player that's pretty good, and I think last World Cup was his last performance for the national team. So that is another thing when it does come to the FIFA World Cup, is there are going to be some players that are no longer going to be showing up, and it's like, it does create new opportunities for other teams. Running around trying to bite me, what the fuck? Oh man. But yeah, it's one of those things to where it's, you just kind of hope that because it seemed like the past couple of World Cups, I remember hearing about the Netherlands getting very far, and it's like, I never took the Netherlands to be like that good, because like, whenever I think of like top class teams in the world, my mind always goes to teams like nationally. I'm thinking like France, I'm thinking Italy, Brazil, Germany, and after that it's like hit and miss. Argentina has some good runs, but it feels like it's only because of Messi is the reason why they were any good. You remember Germany doing 7-1 against Brazil? Dude, watching that game, I mean, I know for a fact I'm like watching the English broadcasting, but I remember thinking there was like a couple of like Brazilian players, and the whole time I just kept thinking, do you really want to ask them? It feels like you don't even need to ask, dude, like how they feel, how their performance went, because, dude, it's Germany, it's in Brazil, it's taking place in Brazil on your turf, and it's oh god, and I think that was like the quarter or semifinals, and it's like, oh god, that hurts. That 7-1, it's like not even a chance. And to make matters even worse, I think the game was pretty much over like at the half, and it was like, do we really need to go 45 more minutes? It's just one of those, stop the bleeding. Unfortunately, it was just that one just hurt. That one just, I remember just, that was just ridiculous. Utterly freaking ridiculous. Germany losing to Japan last World Cup, and people was like, wait, that team? Who? I know that's kind of what I was saying about that one Croatian player. It seemed like there was one Croatian player that the last World Cup was like the latest World Cup was like his last, and it's like, well, I wonder how good Croatia is going to be if he's no longer there. And it's like, yeah, I do recall there. I didn't pay too much attention to the last World Cup, if I remember correctly. Maybe I did. Maybe I did actually. But anyway, I do remember, because the funny thing is, I think I even recall the Women's World Cup, to where Japan was actually kind of like, hey, they're actually kind of doing pretty good. And then once they got later on in the knockout stage, they ended up just getting steamrolled, if I remember correctly. But yeah, I remember being the talk. Oh right. Wasn't there like a shady ass goal or something of like okay, it wasn't shady, but it's when you saw the ball pass over the line, and the guy was able to get it right on the line, keep the ball in play, and Japan got a goal. I want to say that was with Germany. And I remember that screenshot of, like, you see the guy's foot, you see where the ball is, it's right on the line, and everyone said, yeah, it's in play. But yeah, I remember that being the talk of, like, how is it that this team, and on top of that, I think Germany last year did not even get a single win, if I remember correctly. I think last World Cup, they did not get a single win at all. They struggled throughout the entire thing. I think they only had like 4 games or so. And yeah, just like what you said, I remember that being the talk. You mean to tell me the same team that went 7-1 over Brazil in the country of Brazil, these guys would later go on to struggle to even make it to knockout stage? And it was just like, dear God. It's one of those things. And unfortunately, it is a case of every 4 years, your lineup is going to change or alter. Because I remember, I want to say for Germany, it seemed like there was a player, I remember the name Klose, Klose. And I remember that was his last Euro plan. And it's possible, without looking it up, it's possible Klose was on the 7-1 national team game for Brazil and Germany game. It's possible, without looking it up, I want to say Klose was on that lineup. And if that's the case, that's the reason why that happens. Because I think he's actually, he went down as the most goals ever in a FIFA World Cup history. Like, for every FIFA World Cup game, he has, like, the most goals on record. Let's see. Okay, they did have Thomas Müller at the time. There he is. Yeah, close. Yeah, so basically Germany still had like a pretty decent lineup that year. Yeah, there he is, close. And I remember Thomas Müller being good as well. So yeah, that's basically the reason why Germany won that year's. Their lineup was pretty good. Dude, I need to sleep. It's 2 a.m. When we talk about things that we love and care about, man, I was gonna end the stream a long time ago myself, but you kind of came in, so it's kind of whatever. And again, I do need to appreciate you for subbing to the channel. What is it? 8 months? So, yeah, much appreciated, man. I need to get some food and possibly do some X-Defiant. So, and eventually get some sleep myself, so, same. Yeah, but yeah, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream myself for Bronino's sake and everyone else, so. Yes, good night, my friend. Hopefully I'll see you on Wednesday. Hopefully, maybe. We'll try and do a early stream, no guarantees. We'll be doing Red Dead Redemption 2, but then again, if you're going to end up playing that game, it's completely okay if you don't want to be there. We're just going to be doing side content. Feels like that's all I'm doing right now, is just doing nothing but side content. So, yeah, it is what it is. But anyway, I do appreciate everybody showing up to my stream. Really do thank you so much. I feel like I already did this today, but screw it, we're doing it again. Yeah, we're gonna just go ahead and do our thing. What's a good outro song? You know, like, good enough. It's not that great, but screw it. You know, we'll roll with it. Anyway, you know me, Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday is when I stream. I try my best to let you guys know on Twitter and Discord and what have you. As of late, there has been late streams, but I'll try and do an early stream on Wednesday when we do Red Dead Redemption 2. Just doing more side content. Feels like that's all we're doing these days. It's getting really hot in my room. I'm sweating like crazy. I want to end the stream. That's basically it for me. So I do appreciate everybody stopping by. Thank you, Bronino, for the 8 months of support. Freaking awesome of you. Didn't have to do that, but much appreciated, my friend. Get some sleep, and I will possibly fire up some X-Defiant at some point, but also get some food, so I really need it. Anyway, I'm out of here. I love you guys. Born to lose, live to win. I love you guys, and I'll see you guys on Wednesday for some Red Dead Redemption. Gotta love it. Anyway, I'm out of here. I love you all. Later.